If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, it's my cue, and I'm on time, baby. This is Road Gang Radio, live from the Fastport Studios on this last Thursday, Jimmy Mack. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. Full throttle Thursday is happening. Let me kind of start with some bureaucratic nonsense before we actually get to having fun, talking with Dean Krogh, talking with Phone Master Dre, talking with you at 615-292-6366.
That number is 615-292-NEMO. I'm going to add one more thing to it. We have a little Facebook situation, so hey, if you're anywhere else, tell everybody to come on. I'm going to be making a post soon. I'm going to try one more thing on Facebook. But if not, I'm going to make a post.
I can't wait to be done with Facebook, to be honest with you. I really can't wait to be done with Facebook. There's so many things I would have done different if I could go back and tell myself 8 months ago what to do different. One of which is we would have been less kind about people calling 615-292-6366 and looking for Tim Ridley. We would have straight up been like, no, yeah, you can talk to Tim. Hold on. Put them on hold and let them talk to me and Dave for a little bit.
He was sitting on phone for 30 minutes just hanging out.
I mean, I'm telling you, that's what 20 years of being on brand will do for you, man. There are people. I wonder if Tim and Casey's like, where are all my phone calls? They're going to Dave. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? God bless them both. I hope they do very, very well. I wish them nothing but the best and the best life, both of them. Hope they're having a great time. Lots of phone calls, lots of shout-outs. Let me get to some bureaucratic business here. RadioNemo.com. That's not going anywhere in the immediate moment. I'm really going to ask you guys to do two things for me. Head on over there. And first, click on the message on the front page that basically lets you write a message to Dave. Lots of people have already done it. It's pretty impressive. Have you seen it, Trey?
I have.
It's pretty darn impressive. A lot of you have really stepped up. Claire made a real effort to make sure that her dad knows how much he is loved. A lot of you wrote some really great letters over there. If you have not done that yet, do that now. The other thing is go to the bottom of the page and subscribe. There is some stuff coming your way. I've been promising this for a while. But I got to tell you, I've done more over-promising and under-delivering in this seat than I think I've done anywhere in my life. But keep doing that, guys. If you haven't subscribed yet, do that. Please do that. Because I think you will like where we're headed. I think you will like what we're doing. I think you will like what we could, might, and should become. There's so much to talk about this morning. We could talk about the fact that there was a loose dog at the Olympic track. That was kind of a crazy story.
On which one? Like which event?
It was I think it was cross-country skiing.
Oh, God, worse.
I think the dog's name was Nazgul.
That's cool.
That's cool. I'm not sure that's good, though. I mean, why would you name your dog Nazgul? I mean,
what does that mean?
Oh, my God. The Nazgul were the 9 riders from The Lord of the Rings. The dark.
Nerd.
9 for mortal men doomed to die. No, I'll tell you nerd, dude, before I get Dean on here.
Get it.
I will tell you nerd.
Speaking of nerd.
So we walk out of, speaking of nerds, our favorite nerd, my favorite nerd, Nerdorama. Let me tell you, dude, we walked out of the Two Towers when we first saw it, and we get to the parking lot. And my dad goes, pretty damn good. That was amazing. He said that they left out that guy. And my brother John went, what guy? He said, remember that whole thing when they're trying to get back to Helm's Deep and they're trying to save all those people. And there's this one dude over in the West Fold who just holds the line with all those barrels of gunpowder. And my brother John, without missing a beat, goes, oh, you mean Erkenbrand, master of the West Fold. And my dad goes, nerd. Awesome, though. Absolutely awesome. That's the thing as well. We were talking about this yesterday with our friends from Saskatchewan, which was a great conversation, by the way. That was a great conversation we had yesterday about passion people have. And, nerd used to be, of course, something that you would tell somebody before you gave them a wedgie. Nerd was what you told somebody in the playground before you pushed them to the concrete.
Yeah.
One of the most amazing things about the term nerd in the last 20 years or so is that people say it, but what they really mean is you're kind of awesome. Like when my dad went nerd to my brother John for knowing who Erkenbrand, master of the Westfold was, it wasn't you're a loser, it was awesome.
Yeah, and you're also get excited about something and you're smart about something and it's just like, oh, you get really excited about that show, nerd.
Nerd, and it's just like, yeah, dude, and you're a loser for being excited about nothing.
Yeah,
It's
sorry, I have a lust for life.
sorry, you're on Max Generation X, dude. Whatever, whatever. I mean, but the thing is, too, the people who are like, whatever, are passionate about whatever. You know who's passionate about trucking?
Ooh, does it rhyme with mean roke?
It does. He's the exact opposite of Mean Roke. He's
Yeah.
a Dean Croak. Good morning to you, man. How you doing?
My man.
Yeah, good. Great to be with you guys. Second last day.
Second to last day on this
Yeah.
platform. I am over on the chat if you want to join me there too as well. Dean Croak, by the way, you know him. He's that guy. And man, I got to tell you, I got plans, and any plans I have, you are going to be absolutely involved in if you'll have me. If you will have me. Lots of fun stuff coming our way. Oh, and look at that. I'm going to admit a guest, and that guest name is Dean Croak. There he is.
There we go.
Good to see you, man. Got that Rees Across America hat. I got a Sapp Brothers hat. This is like the coolest hat of all time.
Yeah.
It really is.
Great truck stops.
That's a pretty good hat as well too. How you doing? How's the day treating you over in Boston?
Yeah, great. Weather's warming up. You know what I'm doing this morning? I'm actually heading up to Berrubi's truck stop to the sign shop to get my Wreaths Across America logo put on my fifth wheel cover. So I talked to Courtney George early this week, and I got one of the logos of the Wreaths Across America off the website. And I'm going to put it on my fifth wheel cover, my custom fifth wheel cover. So I'm heading up to the sign shop to get that done today, and then get ready for the trip to Louisville. So we're in the final countdown. Weather's warming up, which means I can start to, get the polish cloth out. I've got my order into Amazon for the big box of cleaning cloths. So I'm kind of hedging my bets. We've still got a nor'easter coming this weekend. So we've got a lot of snow coming, but I'm in that transition phase from winter to hopefully I'm not going to get snowed in too much.
We're almost in the middle of the 6 weeks that the groundhog promised us. Really kind of cool stuff as well here too. We have beautiful weather today. As Drake could tell you, yesterday was gorgeous. Today is very, very balmy. We got one more little cold snap coming in the next 2 days, and I mean a cool snap. I mean, the lows will be in the low 50s, and the highs will be, closing in on 70 degrees, which for New Orleans, is pretty warm. So I'm actually talking this out loud here with Dean, guys. So you're part of the planning process, and we'll get to saying hello to everybody on the chat in a second. I'm going to be going to Matt's. I will be there. I got to work out a lot of details. I'm going under two auspices. The first auspice is I have promised my friends at Wreaths Across America that because they can't bring all that equipment down, Jeff Pierce and those folks have been so good to me and so kind that I am actually going to be wrapping up old business while at the same time hopefully starting new business with them. So I'll be kind of creating content for them over there as well. But then you guys for DAT, if I can get that equipment there, and I will, I'm going to probably drive up there. You and I will be broadcasting, I think, from under a tent next to the parking lots. Tell us what DAT is going to be up to for Matt's.
We're doing a bunch of things. We've got our big booth inside. And then we're doing a whole bunch of things for truckers at the parking area. We've got some special giveaways and incentives for drivers out there. So some things we aren't quite announced just yet, but we're doing a whole bunch of things for drivers outside the show. So we've got two things going on, outside and inside, trying to connect with as many drivers as we can. Not just drivers that are going to going and walking around the show, because that's pretty hectic on the inside of the exhibition booth, but connecting with drivers that are in sort of transitioning with a load. They're under a load, but they're outside in that big area that's across from the show. I call it the other show. It's not, I won't say the real show, because there's really two shows at Mid-America Truck Show. There's the workers with the not show trucks, but they're the real workers out there that are under loads, calling in to take a bit of time off and just enjoy the joy and catch up with old friends.
The actual point.
Yeah.
The actual point, and we'll get to that in a second. That's a conversation I really want to have in the second half hour of our conversation this morning. We do have a phone call, correct, Phone Master Dre? Want to drop them in? Oh. And Ben Wilkins is going to be joining us at the bottom of this half hour as well, Dean. So we'll get a chance to talk to him about some cybersecurity stuff. But then you and I are going to dig in. I'll put this in your brain right now. I really think that one of the things that needs to happen over the next year you talk about the idea of the year where we get serious. One of the other things is I think it's about darn time that the media in this space begin to become actually trucker centric as opposed to B2Bs talking to each other with the truckers on the wall listening into those conversations. Who do we got on the phone, Trey?
Oh, Chowder's in here.
Chowder's in the house. What's going on, man?
Morning, guys. I can barely hear you, Jimmy. Good morning, Dean, my favorite Bostonian. It was great conversing with you the other day on some ideas or points I noticed on your great podcast. I'm hoping you're doing well today.
Yep, sure am. Good to hear from you.
So, thanks. Hey, I'm just calling with a safety notice from the state of 3 letters that has severe dense fog, and I don't know what's going on these highways and byways and the training programs of the lack of common sense out here, but some company named Prime, Prime, black letters, probably a chameleon company based on the nationality looking at the attempted to be driving in the 4 lanes of traffic on a routine basis. Apparently headlights are not required anymore. And the same with some company that hauls multiple wagons, something about always broken freight, Arkansas's busted, FUBAR, that company. Apparently we don't need lights on those, but I mean, they're union, so probably need somebody to come check that for them anyway. But we need to get some driving standards back out here, like headlights on, fog lights on, when it's, adverse visibility. And it would be great if this company that has their job title as the same as their mission, highway patrol would probably enforce something. But that's kind of what I had other than to say. Hello, great been able to talk to you all these years, Dean, and I'll try to stay in contact with you as best as Chowder's able to.
Yeah.
You may have that opportunity sooner than you think, and we're going to find out really soon in the next couple of months if a more focused approach to all of this might actually give people a chance to have a really good time. We'll find that out, Chowder. The other thing is, too, while Chowder's here, Dean, I wanted to bring this up as well. So much, I think, when we onboard new drivers, a lot of them have assumptions based on their time behind the wheel of a car and assume those lights just come on a lot of the time. I think there's a lot of assumptions. And it's interesting, too, because I've been in a number of cars recently where the lights just come on, but I always make a point of checking. I always make a point of checking, even sometimes getting out of the car sometimes and being like, "The lights come on?" No, I got to turn these lights on. And I think a lot of people just have assumptions about that stuff.
Well, in the interest of innovation and tech, sorry, go on, Chowder.
Go ahead, Dean. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, just in the interest of technological advancement and innovation, a lot of people have dumbed down trucks and vehicles with all of this technology that adapts to a new style of driving, where we put this safety net around people, where things kind of happen automatically, and it allows you to disconnect from the driving task because you assume all of this stuff automatically happens. And I think the big difference is you've got to drive a truck, but you steer a car. Like, there's a lot of things that are very different about driving a truck. I think the problem is when you get into a truck, there's a lot of technology that allows you to disconnect from the driving task really easily. I think that's the big difference, is there's been a blurring of the lines between steering a car and driving a truck. The two are very, very different, both from a dynamics, a velocity, a weight perspective. But when you get in some trucks now, it's like driving a car. I mean, the size is different and the speed and the impact, all that stuff's different. But the actual feel, like the automation, there's a lot of similarity in terms of the stuff you don't have to do anymore. And I think that's the real problem, is we've dumbed down vehicles to a point where there's not a lot of stuff you have to do. And I think that's what Chowder's alluding to, is there's a lot of things that go on now that allow drivers to completely disconnect from the task. And it's facilitated this whole era of drivers who just can sit in a truck and do something between other jobs. You don't have to invest a whole lot to be a steerer anymore. That's the difference now. And I think that's what Chowder's getting at.
Well, I think he's absolutely right. Go ahead, Chowder.
I think part of the problem, like you're saying, Dean and Jimmy are saying, is, when we went to automatic headlights and we went to these drive marker lights that come on when you start the car, I guess, or the semi now, because for some reason our industry has thought, no offense, Dean, well, you're from too far across the lake, Dean. When we wanted to be too much like Europe, we became way too much like Europe. And I thought we had some party of throwing a beverage overboard to become our own place. But in the car world, they've brought that into the truck world. And now when you put your auto lights on or your drive lights on, that doesn't turn your taillights on, and I guess they don't know that because they don't train them that. But you also see it in the weight and the feel, like you're saying, between steering and driving a truck versus a car. Well, now they're all steering because we've made these trucks so light with all these plastic Tonka toy parts and fiberglass that when we used to, like the Grumpy Old Pete, I'm sure is still this way. When you get in that and you start it, you feel you're in the road when you're driving. Your tires feel like you're digging in the road. Now, with all the air suspension, plastic, Rubbermaid, and Tupperware on these things, now you glide across the road like you're on a nice skiff or a flat-bottom boat in Boston Harbor on a Boston whaler going out to the USS Constitution trip, and you don't feel you're in the road, and I think that leads to our problems.
That, by the way, and it's a good kind of distinction, I think, you should consider that a benefit and not a crutch. And that's the difference with a lot of these people. A lot of these people assume, as you guys have both been saying, that this is simply they don't have to do that work anymore. And it used to be that Dean is right. If you drove a car, you steered. If you drove a truck, you drove. The only time you actually had to drive a car is when you were doing a cross-country road trip. Was the only time you actually had to drive a car because if you didn't pay attention, things could overheat. If you didn't pay attention, didn't listen to the car, didn't listen to what it was doing. But I think you're absolutely right, Chowder, is the fact that all of that newfangled stuff should be a way of making your life and your physical body easier. It should not be a way of opting out of driving. And so in some ways, it's actually making it more difficult to do the job properly because they're making so many things too easy, therefore allowing you to kind of drift.
That's right.
And sometimes literally drift because of it.
Just one parting thing, Jimmy Mack. Drivers, remember those old school trucks were better because switches kept you out of ditches, but sensors send you to the emergency room. And Dre, you're looking good at Mardi Gras, brother. Love ya. See you guys. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean. We got to take a quick break here. We're gonna listen to a little pledge, a little national anthem, and then we're gonna come back and see if we can get our friend Ben Wilkins on. We're gonna be trying to get him on in just a moment here, but we'll come back, keep the conversation going. We will hear from Lindsay's beautiful voice.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
We are going to get our good friend Pastor John on one more time tomorrow. We're going to reach out and see if we can get him to come on for the final show. Big thanks to him. Actually, they reached out and said, would you like a few more? And it was like so busy and so rushed. We just kind of said, you know what, dude? Pilgrim, well traveled. We'll talk to you on Friday. I can't thank Pastor John enough, and hope we get a few final words from him on the last day of Road Gang Radio, which is tomorrow. By the way, here is a voice in the wilderness. I just found this, Dean. What we really need is wider and shorter plates of nachos. No more tall towers of chips and toppings. Spread the toppings across a larger area and cover all the chips, not just the top layer. I'm going to stand with this guy. I can't agree more with those sentiments, by the way. I just absolutely wanted to kind of get that in there. I thought that was an important thing. A public service announcement: less stacks of chips, unless you're putting layers of goop in between each of the layers of chips. Don't stack the chips. That's just a lot of dry chips. Nothing's happening with that. We are having a lot happening here on Road Gang Radio. There's a lot of stuff to talk about, and one of the things that you came in town many months ago and sat down. We still have those 8 episodes. We've still got 2 more episodes to record. I am, in fact, going to be putting together a Patreon page because one of the things that I'm really interested in, Dean, that you and I talked about, is I'm going to be doing an evening show, a window evening show. On Fridays, one about the spooky highway, as it was, the weird highway, the strange highway. Still have some information and facts that you need, but a lot of it just kind of focused on having fun on the road. And one of the things that I have been kind of mulling over recently is I have noticed that there aren't a lot of spaces for truck drivers. I feel like a lot of spaces feel more on the business side of trucking, and there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. That's an absolutely necessary thing. And by the way, it's important because so many of our friends out there are small business owners and have to kind of keep up with this stuff. But I really do believe that we've had a drift over the last 20 years in the trucking radio space. Now, part of that has been because of the way music licenses work and music rights and all that kind of stuff. But I do feel like one of the things you guys are doing over at Matt's this year is facing the drivers. And I feel like I watch a lot of people. I've had a lot of people talk to me, people who aren't drivers but work in transportation. But how do we get access to the drivers? They always ask me. My response towards the end became, well, give me the money to let them know where we are, and then you show up with your ads, and we'll see if we can work something out. They didn't want that. So my second piece of advice was always, if you want access to the drivers, go talk to them.
And get there ahead of the show. So I'm there 5 days before the show starts. So that's where in the rain and the snow and the dirt and the cold and sitting around the back of a trailer and sitting on milk crates and having a beer, or just sitting there having a cup of coffee in 10 o'clock at night with a bunch of drivers who are sleeping in their truck in the parking lot, who have pulled in the middle of a trip just to say good day. That is how you connect with drivers at Matt's. And most people don't see it, Jimmy Mac, because they're not there. They think it's the show on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. No, it's the show that's on outside of the show. I think that's where the real action is.
I couldn't agree more. As a matter of fact, and by the way, I'm not picking on Dave. I actually am celebrating here about him, is the fact that when he finally got a chance to come up to the driver's lounge, when I first started going to the driver's lounge for Reads Across America, Dean, I was getting there on Wednesday. I was getting an Airbnb and driving over there. And the first morning I ever got there, I got there at 3 o'clock in the morning, and people were just coming in. And one of the other things that I'm most proud of, one of the years I was most proud of our RadioNemo, was not when we got on the convoy. Convoy's fun. Convoy's a blast. I stayed there for a day and a half afterwards to simply welcome in all the other drivers who were arriving, who weren't part of the big convoy. People like, Marshall doing his run. The idea, I was there when Steve Ralston showed up. I told the guys from Tyson Chicken that I would be there till the last dog dies. I mean, it's really fun being on the convoy and being I'm an important person here on the convoy, talking to these, drivers and these Gold Star families. But there were so many men and women who days after the convoy had departed were picking up loads of reeves and just doing that thing. And so when Dave and I went there, Dave's he said, now I know why you know so many drivers. I'm like, yeah, dude. You come here, you stay here, you ask people where they're coming from, who they drive for. And I'll tell you, the thing I loved about the Reads Across America Drivers Lounge was that I will tell you, nothing infuriates me more. And I love a lot of our friends out there who come from the middle of the country, come from Oklahoma, Nebraska, Arkansas. Great men and women. They're not the only drivers in the country. They're not the only long haul drivers in the country. It isn't just that cultural background. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of people doing a lot of different stuff. Really quickly, I wanted to read Showtime's quote: biggest mistake manufacturers made, making the dash lights come on when the key is on. Daytime running lights are also a problem. People think their lights are on, but they have no tail lights. It's the same thing that our good friend Chowder said. Could not agree more. And our friend Chowder said, truest star driver. Wanted to put that in there. So kind of this is going to be an ongoing conversation. The idea that it's like we had on Education Station yesterday. I don't know if you heard it, Dean. He was absolutely livid at the lack of training, at the fact that they just were literally churning and burning people out there. And they're not teaching people how to drive. They're teaching people how to take a test. I think it's the next great piece of reform that's coming our way. I really do.
Well, this is what I was trying to get to, and I didn't do it very well, talking about get serious or get out. Because this is what I was trying to get to about, CB radios. It's not about the CB radio itself. It's about investing in safety. It's about being a professional. It's about the dash lights. It's about understanding what it is you need to have around you to be a professional driver. In fact, if you're driving a modern day truck with all of this technology, you've actually got to invest more because you've got less signals. You've actually got to invest more in driving, right, to understand what's going on around you. You've actually got to be more connected because you've got less data points to cue from. Chowder made a comment on social media about his old 379 Peterbilt. And, of course, my 379 Peterbilt bangs and rattles and is noisy, and I got to drive that thing, because I drive by the seat of my pants. I drive by touch, sound, smell, feel. That's how I was taught. And modern-day trucks, so you don't get all of those senses because you're completely disconnected. So in some ways, you've got to invest more to understand how your vehicle is connected with the outside world. But I don't think that's what we teach drivers to do. It's a class, it's a pass-fail, off you go, run some miles, and we hope it sticks past 90 days. That's not a recipe for success because too many drivers, when we teach drivers to sit in the centre lane, it's completely the wrong way to go about safety. And I understand what they're doing, but it's the wrong way to go about this industry. And I think there's so many moving parts to this. This isn't an easy solution. But what the professional drivers have been on the call are talking about is a systematic change to the way we approach this. And I think we're around the edges of this, but I don't know that the current approach from a regulatory perspective is going to make it work. I'm looking forward to talk to Martin Garcia at their training conference coming up soon in Utah about this, because I think there's a lot to be said for the new training standards about behind the wheel training, about a certain number of hours that drivers have to do. It's not about a buddy system where we want you to run team miles and we hope the trainer imparts some knowledge with you. Because the emphasis is on production, not on how do I teach you how to listen, feel, and smell when a truck's not running right. That's
the natural harmonic that Kevin Lindsay constantly began to harp on towards the end of our time on Maintenance Matters. The other thing is, too, this is one of those places, and then we got to take a break, get Ben on to have him say goodbye and to thank him for all the contributions he made. Dean Croak, Jimmy Mack, and, of course, our good friend Andre Thibodeau. By the way, it's James McKay Fitzmaurice. Officially, Seamus McKay Fitzmaurice is the name that was given to me on my birth certificate, if you guys care about such things. But just letting you guys know, we're going to be back after this really quickly, but I wanted to also say, this goes back to your partner idea. I would really begin to tell people who were looking to get into trucking, find a good school, but here's the thing. The first question you should ask, either by searching their website or by talking to them, is who are your partners? Who are your partners? Who are the people that are coming to you and looking for drivers? Because that, in a lot of ways, will tell you whether or not these people are, in fact, just like you, time to get serious. Because if somebody says, hey, man, we actually serve the entire community, we have local routes, we have over-the-road routes, and these people have promised us that they will continue to use our training methodology or we use their training methodology. We'll be back on the other side of this break with Ben Wilkins for a moment to talk to him, catch up, thank him, and then Dean and I are going to wrap up our particular segment of Road Gang Radio. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's Wednesday.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
You are in the gang, and you are on the day of Thursday, not Wednesday, and we're happy to have you at the Fast Sports Studios with Jimmy Mack.
I wouldn't have it any other way, by the way. I mean, if you'd have played Thursday, it wouldn't be Road Gang Radio, dude.
Yeah.
It just wouldn't be Road Gang Radio. Rumbling, bumbling, stumbling our way. The wheels have come off a long time ago, but somehow we're still rolling. Dean Croak joins me this morning, as he always does on Thursdays, for the first full hour. And our good friend Ben Wilkins is here. I can't begin to thank the cybersecurity principal engineer of the National Motor Freight Traffic Association, the NMFTA.org, for all the contributions he has made, not just on this new platform, but over the many years. Hey, Ben, it's good to have you back. I'm sorry it's under these circumstances, but I'm not sorry for the friendship and relationships that we've forged with you and all your friends over at MFTA. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thanks, Jimmy. Yeah, it's really good to be back on here one more time. It's bittersweet, obviously. The feeling is mutual. Love being on this show. Love speaking to your audience, and just grateful for the opportunity that this has given myself and NMFTA to get our message out there.
I want to make this real quick, and then I'm sure Dean's going to probably throw a question your way. Dean has been saying that this year, given the fact that we've finally seen some stabilization in the rate, given the fact that there's now some certainty in an uncertain world, he says it's time to get serious. And so I just wanted to give you a chance to kind of tell people, as part of their pre-trip, as part of their existence on the road, just one or two steps that they could take to kind of ensure their cyber safety while they're out there on the road, both for their business and for their profession.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, one of the first things that we always kind of hit on is education, right? Make sure that you're staying up to speed on the threats that are facing our industry. There's a few unique challenges that we face in the transportation industry just because of the broad spectrum of different types of businesses, different attack surfaces, all of those kinds of things. So just staying aware of those threats that are out there. There's a lot of information available. Obviously, we've got some that we put out there as well. But keep your ear to the ground, know what you're facing. And then, from a business standpoint, if I had to pick one thing that I want everybody to go out and do as soon as possible, and you call it part of your pre-trip, part of your, setting up your business, make sure if you've got an option to have multi-factor authentication, don't leave that door open. It's it's kind of the lowest of low-hanging fruit in this day and age. Make sure you've got that out there on all your accounts.
So crucial. Dean, that's the thing too. It's just one of those things too in regards to getting serious is that people just don't. I have a phrase that I've been kind of playing around with is that you are surrounded by the frontier when you're in trucking. And you talk about the idea of that surface that you just talked about, the idea that people don't understand that you really are on an island to a large degree, which means the potential for invasion is everywhere, that you literally have to kind of keep monitoring the perimeters and the boundaries of where it is you sit, that there is no safe space. And I hate to make people sound so paranoid about that, but the idea that the boundaries are endless and that the points of weakness where people can slip in are simply a matter of shifting all the time. Is that fair, Ben? The idea that it's like a constant, not whack-a-mole, but it's more like shore up, recheck, shore up.
Oh, absolutely. We're operating in an environment right now where, the threats are everywhere. And I don't say that to be sky is falling, the doomsday kind of negative. But the threats are everywhere. We need to keep our eyes open. It's no different than, you're looking way over the hood when you're going down the road. You got to be keeping a constant eye on what's coming out ahead of you. Same thing in the cybersecurity world. You've got to keep your eyes open. You've got to know what's coming down the road. We just had one today. FMCSA just put out another alert that there's a really aggressive phishing campaign with emails that look like they're coming from FMCSA. They're not coming from a .gov email. They're coming from a .com email. It's a scam. It's got a malicious link in it. So, it's everywhere. We just got to keep our eyes open and be ready.
Hey, Ben, Dean here. At DAT, we've copped a bit of criticism over the years from not doing enough and not saying enough. And part of the problem is that, we've got something like 30 full-time people involved in direct threat attacks every day. So we're on the front line, hitting real-time threat attacks. The problem is that if we tell people what we're doing, the bad guys learn from it and adapt. So it's kind of that whack-a-mole mentality. So we actively don't say what we're doing to try and avoid telling people what we're doing so they can learn from it. It's kind of a catch-22 situation. And I always struggle with it because, we're kind of damned if we do and damned if we don't. And it's a really difficult situation. And it's like our network has not been compromised, but it's always these phishing attempts that seem to catch our customers off. And we always say don't click on the link, but it seems to be the real weak point where the bad guys are always seems to be one step ahead. And I'm just fascinated. What's the advice you give? What's the sort of the top advice you give your members to try and stay ahead of, the bad guys?
Yeah, that's a really good point. We don't want to tip our hand too much and reveal the specifics of what we're doing necessarily, but it is a matter of, I say with any technological change or any new system or anything that we implement, there's kind of two curves. There's the attacker curve and the defender curve, and it does feel like a lot of times we're just behind the crest of the attacker curve, kind of playing that game of whack-a-mole. But what I always recommend is to focus first on the strategic and allow the tactical to kind of fill in behind that. So think about a strategic security program and building a culture of awareness and a culture of security mindedness in the organization. And then those new attack, the attack styles and attack methodologies, if the culture of security is there and the culture of awareness is there, your team is going to spot differences, spot new things that are exceptions to the rule, and they're going to raise their hand. They're going to feel confident to do that and say, hey, this is unusual. This doesn't fit what we expect to see. This is an anomaly, and they treat anomalies as a potential threat. And I think that really starts to harden the organization at a cultural level. I think that's really key.
Well, and it goes back.
sorry.
I was going to be really quickly here too. There's the American military theory that actually gets really kind of cooking under General Grant, and has kind of informed our strategic thinking from the beginning, and really is applicable, is the principle of the objective. And for those of you who don't know what that means, is Ben talked about strategic and tactical. And the difference there is you have to ask yourself, what is the objective? And then every single tactic is dictated by the objective. If the point is to take the hill, the point is not to execute the plan to perfection. The point is to take the hill. If the point is to stop cybersecurity threats, then you literally move in time and space to stop them as they arrive with the overall objective in place. Because what gets lost a lot of the time is people are so busy executing one plan or another, someone is already maneuvering around that plan, if I'm making sense, guys. You know what I'm saying? The idea is that you have to kind of react to events on the ground with an overall strategic objective in place, rather than being enamored of the tactics that you are actually putting into place. You dig, Ben?
Oh, absolutely. You've got to be flexible. This stuff changes so fast that, if you focus in on one type of attack or one set of, we call them TTPs, but tactics, techniques, and procedures that a threat actor is using, you're going to miss the next new novel attack. You're going to miss the one that's a variant of that. So you've got to be flexible, and you've got to have a security mindset where you're looking for exceptions, you're looking for those anomalies, and you're treating them as a potential risk and addressing them as such.
Hey, Ben, when we were out talking to our customers last year, we hired a new Chief Information Security Officer, a CISO, and it was kind of a new role for DAT a couple of years ago. One of the things we found was that the missing piece was cybersecurity. You mentioned it a minute ago. And we kind of landed with it was really the missing piece, because we found that a lot of people had the whole issue of cybersecurity was dedicated was part of technology. And we figured that you couldn't really be successful in cybersecurity if it was part of the technology team, because it really wasn't part of technology. You really needed to have someone completely separate looking at cybersecurity and all of the threat vectors that come your way, separate to the technology layer in the company. And so that's something that we've been trying to push our customers towards, is treating cybersecurity as a totally different business function within the company. What sort of things have you been seeing with your members in terms of separating technology and cybersecurity?
100%. You just hit the nail on the head. Cybersecurity is not a technology practice. Cybersecurity is a business protection practice. And you have to think of it in the terms of risk management and business terms, right? So we have to understand how the business operates, strategically, tactically, technically, at all levels. And you're absolutely right. When you pigeonhole cybersecurity as a function of IT or as a function of the technical team, it is not integrated into the business, and therefore doesn't fully support and enable the business effectively, while also providing that layer of protection around the business. So that's 100% the same message we're giving our members, and 100% across the board. It's got to be a business practice.
We're joined by Ben Wilkins here for the final time on Road Gang Radio. I also, in kind of echoing what you and Dean are just talking about, want to point out to our listeners out there in regards to the practical stuff of the road. Tell me what I get right here, Ben. Good God Almighty, be careful how you use your fuel card. Good God Almighty, be careful where you log in on a Wi-Fi while you're out on the road. It's that simple sometimes, right?
Absolutely. Free Wi-Fi is dicey. Use a VPN if you've got to be on any kind of a free open network. But if possible, use a hotspot. Most of us on our cell phone can get a hotspot. A lot of companies are providing that in the cab for the driver. So prefer that. Avoid those public Wi-Fi spots. Monitor where you're using your cards. Monitor the transactions that are occurring on those. Monitor your credit. That's another thing that sometimes is missed. But monitor your credit. That can be an early warning sign of identity theft.
Ben Wilkins, I have to tell you, my friend, it has always been a pleasure having you on. It's always been something new, while at the same time a reinforcement of what we've always talked about, from myself, from Dave, from Dean, from Phone Master Dre, from everybody out there in Road Gang Radio. Thank you so much for your continued contributions to make this show a more informative place that is driver-centric. Thank you, my friend.
Absolutely. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be a part of this.
Ben Wilkins, of course, is the cyber guy over at NMFTA and one of our favorite people in the whole world. Thank you, Ben.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
And we're back with Jimmy Mack, Dean Croak, and of course Phone Master Dre on the phone, who is still taking calls. If you want to give Dean a call and say thank you. A lot of people are saying thank you out there on the chat, by the way, including our good friends Star Driver, which of course we all know is Showtime. Jody says good morning from Valdosta, Georgia, rolling into Pensacola. The Paranormal Pie Man says my Bronco Sport has auto headlights, but I'll flip the switch to manual in inclement weather. And of course he always says his Freightliner, the lights are always on when he is in fact moving. But as you know, the Paranormal Pie Man, is also referring to the fact that he's aware of that, though. I can tell you, I know plenty of people whose lights always come on who still mentally make sure their lights are on. Even when things are getting taken care of by the truck, by the cab, by the car, whatever you're driving in, you are not a driver unless you are aware of everything going on while it's going on.
Well, but I think it comes down to caring about other people. Like I'm just wired to care about other people. Like I don't know. It's just like I get in a car and I'm aware of other people. Like I don't know. It's just how I'm wired. Like I just don't get in a car and completely switch off and be disrespectful of everybody else. Like it's about, cut in front of someone. Like if I pull out in front of someone and I leave it too short, I wave. Like when you see the pictures of the interview with Harrison Hunkin and Road Boss, one of the things they asked about was, said, what the heck are you waving at everybody for? Because I'm doing the one-fingered wave, like, because that's an Australian tradition. And he said, nobody's waving back at you, dude. I said, it's subconscious. It's like I'm wired to wave at everybody.
I salute.
It's like it's how I connect. It's how you connect with people. It's like, I want to see your eyeballs. I want to see that you're looking at me because it's how I've done a few million miles and not hit anything. Well, I've hit a few things, but nothing major. And I haven't hurt anybody.
Well, and the other thing is, too, and this is something, because Star Driver was talking about people who actually aren't drivers. He calls them cloud counters. And I love that, by the way. But I'm going to say this really quickly. One of the things I do when I drive, and I don't give you guys many tips out there on the road, but this kind of goes back to Dean's wave as well. Every once in a while, just check in and look at each car. And if you can see, like I said, just quickly see who people are inside those cars that are all around you. I've always said, imagine joy inside of each one of those things. It's a thing that I've kind of done as a trope on this show, where I've talked about the couple headed to their surprise 50th wedding anniversary party. The idea of the three little girls in the back so excited about the fact that they're playing their championship game today in soccer, and that the mom has taken so much trouble to cut up oranges and put them in an ice chest in the back of the thing. Think about the fact that there's a kid who is 18 years old who waited a little bit to get the driver's license because he was a little bit nervous about it, but now he's got it, and he's going to pick up a girl for the first date where he's ever been the driver for. Think about all of those people. Every time you see anybody, imagine a point of absolute joy that they're in that car or that truck in. Think about the guy when you see another truck who has been doing it 40, 50 years and has finally is going to retire, as the old Creed commercial said, I'm going to retire a millionaire. And he's excited because he's going back to the hub to drop off the truck the final time and begin the rest of his wonderful life. Assume that every single person around you is driving in the best day of their life, and all you can do is make it worse, and then drive accordingly. And it just makes such a difference. We got 2 phone calls, Dean. Who we got first, Ray?
Pack Rat.
Hey, Pack Rat. Good to have you, man.
Happy Thursday, buddy.
Hey, good morning, Jimmy Mack and Dean.
Good morning.
Hey, Dean, I just want to thank you for being with us on first on Sirius and now in the format, and I hope to hear more from you. I just have a suggestion, Jimmy Mack. You and Dean should do a podcast together.
It has been said before. It has been said, and I'm going to be really honest with you, since my friend is here, and I'm going to embarrass him a little bit. In my heart, I believe, and I listen to everybody else. I really do. I think the hour with Dean and I is the best trucking radio hour in the business. I love my father-in-law. I think the hour with Dean and I is the best trucking radio in the business, and I would make that claim against anybody, and make it joyfully against some really talented people. So thank you very much. That means a lot.
Thank you. Yeah, it's very nice of you. Thank you.
And I would not disagree with that.
That's very kind.
Yeah.
That's very kind. Pack Rat, we might show up in another form or fashion. We will be talking at some point live. I can promise you that during Matt. So you have that to look forward to, if nothing else. So we're very excited about that. Pack Rat, I wanted to ask you something in regards to the show. And by the way, matter of fact, I'm going to ask you not to talk about me, but to say, what have you most enjoyed about this platform, the previous one, the one that Dave created? But why was this show one of your go-tos?
Probably out of habit, because I've been with Dave for so long with you and Dave for so long that I just get accustomed to listening to you guys all the time. I like the guests you have, the interaction you have with the drivers, and what you share to the industry.
Can I tell you, I want to let you know something, too, as we kind of wrap this up here. I will tell you that one of the things, and Joanne Ritchie and Jim Parker are going to be on here in short order in the next half hour. One of the things I always enjoyed was I always hated it when people only wanted to talk about regs and rates. one of the reasons why I love having Dean on is that we would always get a chance to dig into festivals and harvest season and catering businesses and all other kinds of stuff. And I love the fact that you would always talk about football. I loved it because it would open the door for me. You know, if I would just come on and talk about football, that would be a violation of what I'm supposed to do. That is not my job. But the fact that you wanted to talk about it opened the door for me to talk about it, and then got me thinking about what the connections between running a football franchise and running a trucking business were like. And it got me really kind of thinking outside the box, and I really appreciate that. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for your call, Pack Rat.
Oh, hey, Jimmy Mack, and I appreciate the kind words. And I hopefully we'll talk again before Friday. I'm going to be back. I'm heading home today. They're going to put me in another truck, and I'm going to head home, and maybe I'll be back Sunday or Monday. So we'll see what happens. But hopefully we'll talk again tomorrow.
Thank you, man. Be safe, by the way. I'm glad you got a chance to get home. Dean, final word to Pack Rat?
Yeah, be safe. Thanks. I appreciate all the contribution. I love you guys calling in. It keeps me grounded. I live vicariously through all of you guys.
Okay, thank you. And Dean and Jimmy Mack, Dre, all the best.
All the best.
Later, buddy.
We got time for one more phone call, and then Dean and we're going to close the phones for a moment after that, and Dean and I are going to wrap this segment up. Who do we got?
Well, he's listening to his GPS, but Jody is in the house.
Jody's in the house. Hey, Jody. Hey, Florida man with the Florida plan. The Michigan man, too.
Actually, that's where I'm headed up to when I'm all done with this silliness, up to Michigan. But good morning, fellas. Good morning, Dean. How are you?
Good morning. Yeah, good morning.
Good. I just wanted to call in. I'm going to call in tomorrow too, but I just wanted to call in and just thank you guys for everything that you've done. You know, it's been great. And Dean, you and we're friends on Facebook. I don't know if you realize that or not, but we are friends on Facebook. So
I do now. Yep. Good to be connected.
Yeah. So you know, I've met a lot of good people through Jimmy's program, Dave's program. I got a couple friends, you know, and stuff like that. But it's been a great ride, Jimmy. It really has, you know, and I'm truly thankful that you are here doing what you're doing, you know, and you've been here for, God, the time's just flown by. I don't even know how many years it's been. 5, 7, 10, 20. I don't even know. 9. You know, but it's 9. You know, there you go. It just seems like a couple of days ago you just got this rolling.
Yeah, I know.
It's gone by so quick.
Yeah.
You know, but I appreciate it. You know, but going back what your one guest was saying about the fuel cards and all this other stuff. See, I'm the guy that doesn't believe in Wi-Fi. With the system that I run on my phone, seriously, I have never hooked up to Wi-Fi. With the phone carrier that I have, and I've done it when I've been talking to you parked somewhere. I can talk to you on the phone, get on my phone and look at the load board and watch TV all at the same time, not hooked up to Wi-Fi. You know, and I don't use fuel cards. I have everything downloaded on my phone. I get a fuel card, I put it in my phone on one of the 3 apps that I use, and I don't swipe my fuel card. My fuel cards have never been swiped. I just pull up to the pump and punch in all my numbers, and off and running I go. Because of that reason, I don't want to be hacked.
Let me give you one piece of advice, one quick piece of advice. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with your approach, is just to sit down if you get a chance, if you run in any cybersecurity experts, take them through what you do and how you do it, and just say, is there any place where I'm leaving myself open? Any place. Because it sounds like you've got a real good plan in place here in regards to being very thoughtful. It's being deliberative, I think, and it's one of the things that Dean, I don't want to speak for him, but that he's really stressed. It's not a matter of not having new technology, not having bells and whistles, but it's being mindful and deliberative about all the things you have and all the practices you take. You can let things take over for you if you are aware that you're letting them take over for you, and everything that they both offer and the disadvantages that they sometimes end up passing over to you. The only advice I would give you with that approach is just sit down with a cybersecurity expert and say, where am I still exposed? And that would go a long way. But it's something you got a plan going on.
Well, I try to. I hate new technology, but I mean, they're forcing it on us, so I'm going to use it as a tool. But where technology takes over people is I have friends that say, well, without Wi-Fi, I can't make a phone call. Run that by me again. Well, without Wi-Fi, I can't make a phone call. It's like, well, don't you call me when you're at the beach or something? Yeah. Are you hooked up to Wi-Fi? No. Okay,
Right.
genius. Do you understand what you just said?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I can't make a phone call without Wi-Fi. Okay. My suggestion is you quit drinking. That's my
Jody, we got to wrap this up. I got a few things I want to tell Dean, but I really appreciate the call, brother. We'll find time to talk. It is not so much. It's aloha and ciao rather than goodbye. How about that?
Hey, we'll always be on Facebook. You have my phone number. I told you this 100 times. Call anytime you want. I don't care. That's for Lindsay, you, Dave, Andre, whoever. You guys want to talk and vent? What? I don't care. You got my number. Call. It's there for a reason. It's only 7 digits or 10 digits.
And by the way, I'll call you off Wi-Fi. Thank you, man. Get out of here. Love you.
Later. Love you. Bye.
So, Dean, this is the last time we do this particular segment here on this particular platform in this particular form and fashion. I wanted to give you a chance to offer some final thoughts to our friends out there, to either say goodbye or to say where you'll be next or what the road is to you. Any thoughts?
I'm probably not going to change a whole lot. I try and stay in the center of the road. So, you know me, I don't, I'm not like, I was thinking a lot about what you said a while ago about, our competitors out there, because the internet kind of rushes to fill that vacuum, right? And I've shied away from that because some of our DAT competitors this week have rushed to fill that vacuum with a whole lot of malicious content, clickbait, lies. And it's disappointing because truckers out there don't need to hear misinformation about how the market has flipped and how rates are taking off and how minority truckers have left the industry, and we've done such a great job with non-domicile CDL. It's so much capacity is left that rates have flipped, and the market has turned. No, it hasn't. Rates have dropped since the storms passed. They're dipping seasonally. The market is behaving just like we would normally expect it to do in March. The sugar rush is over. So just be careful, take your foot off the gas and just realize that this is a very big freight market, and just pause for a minute, because calmer voices are going to keep you in the center of the road. And I think that's what's important here is that I'm not a heavily opinionated person. I'm not out there trying to generate clicks and have an opinion, because as you've probably figured out, I am a hardwired introvert. So being out there generating controversy is not my game. I hate controversy. So I actively shy away from it, and I try not to have opinions, but I try to generate facts and say, here's the facts. And that's why I say to people, if you're going to watch our DATIQ show every Monday, watch it every week. Don't dive in and out and cherry pick. Because that's not how you stay informed with the market. You watch it every week, because every week is a piece of the puzzle. And over a multiple period of weeks, you get all the pieces start to come together, and you get a picture of where the market's going. That's what you want. You don't want to say, rates are $2.50 a mile this week. That's where the market's at. Well, no, you want to know that where they're going over 4 or 5 weeks. And that's where you want to say, okay, there's a trend that I need to be aware of. And so I just think where I'll be here next week, and I'll be still saying the same thing, but it'll be from a position of, reality, and it won't be spin, and it'll be we've been more right than wrong in the last 5 years.
Yeah, we
in one of the most tumultuous freight markets in history.
I'm going to say that again too, and I'm going to give you a lot of credit for that. I am proud of the fact that where a lot of people were like, well, it's going, and people I love, by the way, they've never come to you and I and said you were right. They've simply shifted their opinion to agree with us. Well, we were right there with you, buddy. Yeah. And here's the thing. I'm a gracious winner, so I am more than happy to let people kind of come up and share, and whatever we were right about. I'm more than happy to, winning needs to be about, being right and giving people good information and not lording over those who were over exuberant or overly pessimistic. And one of the things that I'm going to say here, kind of wrap up where I'm really proud of what we accomplished here, is the fact that we actually proved our theorem. Our theorem was that if you were serious about this and you crossed your T's and you dotted your I's and you had good partners to protect your flanks and you, in fact, did everything the way you should do it, you survived what was awful, and now you've hit a stabilization point. The only people who are doing well right now, this supposed rush they were all experiencing, wasn't a rush at all. It was a stabilization of the market because the people who weren't serious, and even a few serious players, got pushed out finally. And the people who are standing here are seeing the fruits of their labors pay off. But that does not mean that happy days are here again. And I want people to remember that this is not a time for exuberance. This is a time to take a breath and to celebrate the fact that you did things right. And now it's time to get serious and keep on doing things right. And we did a lot of right things on this platform and a lot of wrong things. But one of the most right things we did was developing an association with you, my friend. We will continue that in some form or another. My friend, thank you so much for all your contributions to the show. And I'm thrilled to say that everybody on the show today, at least for our first 3 or 4 guests, are people who made wonderful contributions as well. Thank you, Dean Croak, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jimmy Mac. Thank you, Dre. Love you guys.
All right.
Love you, brother.
We got to take a quick break here, and I'll see you later, Dean. I get to see him every morning when he comes on the show because he jumps on the Google chat. I will be talking to our good Canadian friends, the best neighbors that anybody could ask for. A chance for me to finally thank them, and maybe you too if you want to give us a call. We'd love to hear from you. Canada Calling is coming for one final segment.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Alrighty, we are back in the second hour of Road Gang Radio with your host Jimmy Mack. Going and do a little Canada call-in from Passport Studios.
Passport, by the way, is continuing to onboard the next generation of drivers, the next generation of people who are seeking a purpose-driven life. They do it by making connections with people, new technologies, and folks like Brad Bentley, president of Passport, Gina Harrison, and Dave Harrison, who have been so supportive of this venture. The Passport Studios will continue, by the way, over here at the Degas House in the city of New Orleans. We are all over the place, man. The people who are joining us, by the way, have been to Toronto, Vancouver, Halifax, St. John's, Yellowknife, Denver, Salt Lake City, Seattle, Chicago, Orlando, Las Vegas, St. Louis, and San Antonio. All of those airports Jim Park and Joanne Ritchie have been to. But this whole thing got started, by the way, in 2006. It's the second longest running segment on all of RadioNemo platforms. We sunset maintenance tech talk yesterday with Robert Braswell. We are sunsetting, but in kind of a Western sort of glory with our friends Joanne Ritchie and Jim Park. Good morning to you both. Welcome back. Good to have you.
Good morning to you, Jimmy Mack.
Good morning,
everybody.
Really quickly, Joanne, let's just. I'm going to throw you in the deep end. Jim's notes are terrific. It's a really terrific history here, and I'll get a chance to revisit some of it tomorrow as well too. But you actually just were a trucking enthusiast, a person who loved truckers, wanted to help truckers, who dropped in with Dave to do occasional talks about speed limiters and black boxes, right?
Yeah, I was actually still working with officially, I was with the government, our transportation department. I was a trucking industry analyst, but I had doing a job as the executive director of OBAC. But anyway, I first met Dave, or we talked about the radio way back in 2006. Remember Nemoville at Mid-America?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Dave and I got talking, and he invited me to do occasional guest spots on to talk about Canadian issues, and the hot topics that, as you said, were speed limiters and EOBRs, or black boxes as we called them at the time. And I was a bit apprehensive. I had done radio interviews, that kind of thing, but I was really, this whole thing about the radio and all the people listening, and I just have to say that Dave was so welcoming and so, I guess, gentle in a way with me, even though he asked some really tough questions and we got into some tough issues, and he just made it a delight. It was just a conversation, and it's been going, for 20 years now. It was great.
I wanted to also ask you at what point, and I'd love to hear Jim talk about this too, about the way I kind of always, people don't understand the way radio segments get started, the way things happen is you have the idea of something. I mean, for instance, we had Peter Stark on just the other day, on Monday. He actually came on for a book that he wrote called Young Washington. We hit it off. I loved his book so much, I went and read 2 more of his books, and I called Claire up and I said, hey, I'd like to have this dude on once a month just to talk, just to kind of, he came over another book, and then I said, I'd like to have him on once a month just to talk about Headed Out to the Last Empty Places, and we came up with a segment title, and then we codified it. So you have the idea of something, and then you have something. And I'd love for you, Joanne, and then we can pivot to Jim to talk about how we go from shooting the breeze with a guy who makes you incredibly comfortable about issues in regards to Canadian trucking to actually having a full-blown segment.
Yeah, I think it was in 2007 when I go back to my notes at the back as I have, that we morphed into a regular segment, and it was Dave that came up with the name Canada Calling, and we sort of in our minds it was this vision of the old radio microphone in front of your face and all that sort of thing. And the music, our theme song, the Canada Calling theme song, and I got a lot of comments over the years of why we would have a reggae group singing. Why would we pick that to talk about Canada Calling? And I just want to put it out there again that group, that reggae group is called the Satellites, and they are a Canadian reggae group. They were founded in Toronto as a music school back in the 80s. Anyway, so that was purely Canadian, and we started. I don't know if it was every couple of weeks, and then we were every week for a half hour, and then we were every. We lengthened and shortened the times and the days. And we morphed into a very regular segment with lots of friends calling in and talking about lots of Canadian issues. And we tried to keep it with dispensing the news, but not getting into too much into the politics, and trying to keep it informative, and but also really emphasize that that tight connection that the two countries had with each other, both in trucking and transportation and all kinds of other things. And like you said, we broadcast, but Park's in St. Catharines, Ontario. I'm in Ottawa, so that's often where we were sitting. But we traveled a lot. We were on the road a lot. We broadcast from every province in Canada, and the territories, the three territories, and several states, and as you mentioned, countless airports where we were waiting for flights off to some sort of an event or other. And I'll let Park pick it up, but he called in from Germany and Japan and Sweden, and we did one segment that we really liked that was called Canada Visiting, and that was in 2008. We actually did it live from the studio in Nashville, the old, your old studio, and so it was quite an adventure. Those were sitting still. We did lots of them from a moving vehicle, as Park can attest to.
I just want to kind of pivot here to Park because we got Joanne's origin story with Dave. You've had a similar in regards to camaraderie and friendship with Dave, but a bit of a different entry point. Talk to us a little bit about that, Jim, and your first experiences with Dave.
Well, obviously, when Dave was still doing his overnight thing on the AM terrestrial radio, I listened to him. That was back in the days when I was still driving. I've been out here on the highway since, I started in the late 70s and pretty much gave it up in the late 90s. But over those 20 years, I spent a lot of hours on a lot of nights listening to Dave. So he was a little bit of an icon in my mind, certainly. And when I transitioned over to the media, then we had a slightly different relationship. But I think I still called him a friend, and I think he called me a friend. And all those discussions we've had, on Canada Calling shows since then has just sort of reinforced that friendship. But we did do a couple of, Dave was always open to suggestion, which was kind of neat. I like that idea, but I like that about him. But we did a couple of interesting things. We call it the first radio test drive of the truck. I was live on air with Dave, and I was driving a Volvo, I think it was a 780 through North Carolina. And didn't we have the first demonstration of the collision mitigation system? A car had cut in front of me and the alarm went off, slammed the brakes on, and Dave said, "What was that?" And I said, "Well, we just had a collision mitigation event." I said, "It wasn't me, but this thing went off all by itself, and surprise, surprise, ha, ha, ha." But that was a radio first. I don't think anybody's done that before, or probably since. So that was kind of fun. Done a couple of test drives, or been out in test drive trucks when I've got Dave on the phone for a show. We delivered. I was in Montreal delivering a load for a friend, a load of frozen chicken. And I was up in Alaska back in 2019, test driving a snowplow. Called in from Valdez, Alaska. Talked to Dave on one Thursday morning. That was pretty cool. So, yeah, I've got an interesting list of places where Dave and I have spoken. I also got to interview Dave. I was doing a podcast of my own back in 2006, I believe it was, 2007, when I was with Highway Star magazine, and did a podcast interview with Dave. So I was asking the questions, Dave was doing the answering, or the dodging or evading.
Yeah, that's the better way to kind of describe it. Dave, by the way, Dre and I can tell you right now, and Jim Park will back me up, interviewing Dave is like literally talking to like Mercury. It's like literally like how can I shift, dodge, and not get to the point. It's kind of brilliant what he does.
Yeah. Well, for a rookie interviewer, that was a bit of a challenge.
Dave was, we had lots of fun, especially since I had come from a government background. We had so much fun with acronyms, because a lot of these meetings that government meetings that we were at, talking about issues, and we'd slip out to do the show, at the coffee break or whatever, and talk about what was going on. And they all had the names of the meetings. Here was the CCMTA, for the Canadian Council of Motor Transport Administrators. And then there was a big, long one. I can't even, Dave could flip the acronym off with the CBSA's North American Cargo Procurement Harmonization Public Forum, those kinds of things. But it was crazy. But let me tell you, this was our favorite one, okay? And this is absolutely real. I am not making this up. We were at a meeting. It was called the Highways, Rest Areas, and International Bridges, brackets HRAIB Working Group meeting. It was hosted by the Ministry of Transportation Ontario, that was MTO, and Ontario's Ministry of Northern Development and Mines, MNDB, to develop a North American Multinational Transportation Strategy, NOMTS. No word of a lie. That was the heading on the agenda of the meeting we were at. So we had lots of fun with that one. But, talking about rest areas, talking about, northern transportation strategy, those were all things that funny names, but they were issues that we dug into as well.
Well, and the idea too that I really really loved about a lot of the stuff with Dave and the acronyms that people didn't realize was that he actually it's a really clever technique because it makes you giggle, it makes you laugh, and then it makes you think about what exactly it is the thing is. That often acronyms they become kind of they don't even register anymore. But if you really think about, I'll give you a simple example: FMCSA. We say it, and then it loses its meaning. But because he was such a goofball about that kind of stuff, you actually be like, what the hell is he talking about? Oh, yeah. And then you realize you were laughing while at the same time being attentive to what was actually being addressed at the same time. And by making it fun, it kept you engaged because you were listening to both the information, but going, okay, what's he going to do with this acronym? How's he going to play a little game with it? And my favorite is him trying to pronounce them. That was always my favorite. Like, turn it into a word, even when it it's always funny. The National Association of Publicly Funded Truck Driving Schools, NUFTA, the way you'd be like, what are you doing, dude? It's crazy. I wanted to ask Park a question too about that snowplow over in Alaska, by the way. Jim, I wanted to kind of give people a sense of what it is you do, because what you do is kind of remarkable as well. You test drive stuff, but you're not just test driving it to check it out or make sure it's okay. You actually have to do stuff like that to then transform it into legible prose. That's pretty fair, right?
That's a fair description, yeah. Obviously, I have a lot of fun doing the test drive and get out in a brand new piece of equipment. I've driven a bunch of them over the years. Natural gas, hydrogen, diesel, you name it, I've driven it. But the idea behind those test drives is to not necessarily pass judgment on whether the truck's worth buying, because of course people are going to buy it, not just on my say, you get the car reviewers. But it's to talk about the technology, how it works, how well it's been integrated into the system, and how drivers are going to be able to, I hate to use the word, interface with the truck. With all the changes over the years from manual transmissions to automated, and the control interface in the cab, going from analog dashboards to digital, describing those transitions and how that, the change in technology affects the driving experience. Try and write that in a way that the reader will understand and, take something away from. Maybe, get them going, get them wound up about something they don't like about the truck, explain some stuff that maybe is not well understood. And at the end of the day, offer the driving impressions. Is it a smooth riding truck? Does it steer well? Is it comfortable? Did a couple of test drives over the years where I spent a night or two in the truck, slept in it, bumped my head on stuff that the designers didn't think about where to place properly, and you wind up getting out of bed and whack your head on the HVAC controls at the back or something like that. So there was always interesting stuff to write about, and chasing the truck manufacturers and all of the latest technology they bring to the table was interesting too. I mean, that was a really fun part of my career, was staying on top of that stuff. And the privilege, I guess, and the challenge was sharing that with the readers in a way that I always wrote for the driver, so I spoke their language because I was one. And I think I brought something to the table that they could take something away from and go, oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. That resonates with me. So that was a real great part of my job.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you both something, and please take this completely, guys, as the compliments I mean them to be. So each one of you in your own way kind of fit into Dave's idea of what good trucking radio was. Is that, Joanne, when you and I first started talking, one of the points of contact that Joanne and I had is that Joanne and I are distinctly aware that while truckers love trucking and truckers love equipment and truckers love gadgets and technology, they also just love other stuff. They love reading. They love the human factor in the way that Dave does. And I want to make sure I'm clear about this because Dave always said that he was never a driver. He wasn't a truck driver. I don't want people to think, though, that Dave isn't mechanically inclined. Dave actually knows cars. Dave knows engines. Dave knows how to repair things. Dave can build stuff like there's no tomorrow. Dre will back me up on this, by the way. You've watched him put together stuff, Dre. He is not mechanically disinclined. But I felt that in many ways what you guys did on the show was that you brought both sides of what Dave really enjoyed was an accessible route into understanding the equipment and the necessities of the job, while at the same time remembering that being on the road was a lifestyle and not just the job. And I think in many ways the balance of you two on this segment with me, I always knew I could count on Joanne to give me odd facts and would groan at my bad jokes. And I knew that Jim would be able to kind of talk about the trucking industry from a practical, hands-on kind of perspective, in the sense that it's like, and it's a very tough thing what you guys have to do, which is you have to be intellectual about what it is you're talking about while completely accessible and at the same time understanding what it is these men and women go through out there on the roads. And that's kind of the great balance. The other thing you had to do, particularly in the last 6 years or so, 8 years or so, is you've had to kind of strike a balance between understanding that we have the best neighbors in the world, and yet Canada and the United States are not the same country. And so often we'd have to report on kind of, sharp elbow stuff, but to do it in a way of friendship as well, too. And that's an important thing, that you can report on controversial issues like bridge disputes without turning it into a full-scale argument on the air or getting people angry or dopamine induced, Joanne. And I'd like you to kind of talk about how you guys have navigated the last 8 years in regards to giving people information that they need as opposed to emotional flashpoints that they don't.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're right. It was we wanted to talk about, issues that were going on and perspectives on issues and how they were going to affect drivers. And often that was a different perspective and the different results in one country and the other. But overall, I think, on top of that, in particular, I tried to get away from trucking and talk about some of the overarching different, the connections that we have.
Well, the Christmas tree, Joanne. If you have given me nothing else in my life, if you have given me nothing else, and you've given me plenty, the story of the Christmas tree sent down to Boston every year, is something that I will cherish dearly. My mom and dad and I talk about it all the time. We follow it now. It is something that is very, very important. The stories about Amelia Earhart, all of that stuff. Is just a great reminder of the joy. And the fact of the matter is let's face it, yes, we are two separate countries, but if anybody thinks that upstate New York and certain sections of Maine and certain sections of Michigan aren't literally Canadian-centric, they've never been to those areas of the country. And that's just the truth of the matter. I mean, it's like there are people who, live in Buffalo who have more in common with people across the border than they do with anybody down in Charleston, South Carolina. And it's a great reminder of that too, isn't it, culturally?
It is, yeah, it is, and we tried to emphasize that while at the same time, being realistic about our about the issues that and the things that were sticking points, if you will, and that has been, as you said, more difficult in the last few years, particularly the last couple of years. You made a reference to bridges and elbows up, and I got to say it. The elbows up, that's Canada's current rallying cry against U.S. tariffs, but that's a phrase that's been in locker rooms and hockey arenas. It's a reminder to stay strong and never back down, and it came from, as you know, from hockey legend Gordie Howe. It was his signature defensive move, to put his elbows up, raising his elbows to protect himself.
Pre-checking.
Yeah, yeah. and of course, it's his name that's on the Gordie Howe International Bridge, which we've been talking about, by the way, many, decades before it was ever called the Gordie Howe International Bridge. And we've been following that and the squabbles between the two countries, the lawsuits by Matty Maroon, the owner of the Ambassador Bridge, that sort of thing. So there was another acronym before we even called it the International Bridge. I mean, it was the idea of a second border crossing has been going on, because that's the current bridge, busiest border crossing between Canada and the U.S. An aging piece of infrastructure. We need more and better routes to supplement that. So that we had the Detroit River International Crossing, the DRIC project, way back in 2004. So that morphed into the Gordie Howe International Bridge, and we've been talking about that from day one, and we're still going to be talking about it long after we're off the air with you guys.
Yeah, don't be surprised, by the way, if you get a phone call from other interested parties who say, "Hey, man, we'd love to have you on our show to do our jobs for us." The last thing I want to ask Jim, by the way, is, and this is important, I'm trying to give you guys as many compliments by simply telling what you guys did. Jim, the other thing that you and Joanne always had to do was you didn't have to just know the hours of service rules in Canada, but because so much of what we talked about was about crossing the border, in order for you to truly understand the hours of service in Canada, you also had to understand the hours of service in the United States as well, because you had to kind of talk about the impact it would have on people who were crossing borders. And I often wonder if you ever got those wires crossed, if ever once in a while you would move one hours of service to another. I don't think you did, but I thought I would ask you that, because you had to keep a lot of news and information in your head, right? Park?
I guess Park.
It wouldn't be a Canada. It wouldn't be a Canada calling episode if we didn't have at least one moment where we asked Park a question met by silence. That's
hours of service too. He had to go. He's a great napping person. He's a great person.
Well, hang on. Wait.
There he is.
I think Dre must have been off the button here, because my phone's not even muted. You asked me the question, and I answered.
Hey, I'm just going to let you take it, okay? Come on now, man.
There's Park asleep with the switch again.
Don't throw me under the bus, Jim.
The fifth there.
The fifth?
Okay.
You can plead the fifth. I'll actually take the fifth. Thou shalt not kill, Jim. Go ahead. Here we go.
What I was saying was, I think I probably could be accused and be guilty of crossing my wires a few times. But yes, you're right. It's a challenge keeping up with the all the rules on both sides of the border. And while most of them are similar, that's where you get into the nuances, and you make a mistake of calling an EOBR, an AOBRD, or an ELD or some darn thing. And next thing you know, the phones light up and people are sending an email going, "Hey, you dumbass, don't you know the difference between?" I said, "Yeah, I do, but okay, sorry." Took a lot of flack for some of that kind of stuff over the years, but yeah, it's a challenge keeping on top of it all. But I mean, my job as a journalist was to do that, so it kind of came naturally. It wasn't that much of an effort, but if I did, like I said, make things up sometime over the years, I'm sorry. Did the best I could here, but
you did better than most. You did better than most.
Yeah,
I got to wrap this up, guys. I wanted to wrap this up with a personal note. When I first started here, and you guys started to join me for that full hour thing with all those crazy phone calls that we got on a regular basis, want to give a big shout out to Starduster as well for keeping us up to date on all the wonderful convoys. There's so much more we could talk about. I just wanted to tell you both, I think the world of you. I can't thank you enough for the time you gave not only me, but the drivers out there as well. You are appreciated, you are loved, and I hope there is nothing but clear roads and smooth sailing in your future. Thank you both so much.
Thank you.
And the same
Thanks
back
so
to you
much.
guys. Good luck with the
And
next
I
chapter.
do hope, but I do hope our women win the hockey game this afternoon.
I will simply say, Joanne, whatever you're rooting for, I'm rooting for, and we'll leave it at that. Love you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, Jim.
See ya.
All right. We're going to take a quick break here, come back on the other side. It means the last Washington Trucking Week is headed your way. It doesn't mean I won't talk to these people ever again. It just means it'll be something different. Dre, I'm going to go to the little boys' room. I'll be right back. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves, because Colin Long is coming for the last Washington Trucking Week.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Oh, the jams mean one thing and one thing only. It's the last Washington Trucking Week with Jimmy Mack on the good old Fast Sport Studios studio.
Sometimes you get there, don't you?
Oh,
I
yeah.
gotta tell you.
I got blinded by my own
You've
light.
gotten a chance to do a little bit more on the microphone side of things, and you've always had an appreciation for it, but it makes you appreciate what it means to have to keep talking on the air, doesn't it?
Dude, all
you
day,
suddenly
every day.
realize, well, where am I going with this? Wait a minute, I can't get out of this one. And then sometimes, like Dave, you just kind of, fall into the sand trap and then figure out a way to pull the best club out and somehow get back on the green.
And you realize the littlest distractions are a big distraction.
Ooh, man. And people don't realize that either. One of the things that it's like people don't understand when you're doing these jobs is like it's funny because live, if there's somebody else with me live, as you've seen, I can improvise my way out of a lot of problems.
Yeah.
There's some people who are really good on the radio who get very flustered, though. They get very flustered and the wheels just come off. One thing I do pride myself in, dude, if you've ever seen me live or been around me live, it's like, yeah, we'll figure it out. Well, something will develop. We'll just keep talking until we find our way to coherence again. Colin Long always found coherence. He was always able to somehow manage to make sense of my rambling, go to the weeds nonsense. The director of government affairs is one of the great friends that I have made here on Road Gang Radio, and of course the Dave Nemo Show, and Dave Nemo Weekends, and all the other forms and facets that we have taken on over the many years. Welcome back, my friend. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing well. How are you guys this morning?
Actually, we're in really good spirits because we got plans. We got things we're gonna maybe do, maybe kind of try. I just kind of wanted to talk about the years that we've spent. And by the way, it's been years now. I kind of thought about, I said, well, how long have I been with Colin? And then I'm like, holy Mary Mother of God, it's been about 3-4 years, right? Been doing this together.
I would believe it was longer if you told me, but yeah, you're probably right. I mean,
actually,
I've been at a Whiter for 10 years, so I've been doing the show for a long time. But I think you and me, you're probably right.
Yeah, I mean, you always were always coming in and dropping in, but in regards to like you being the principal point of contact, I think it's been about 4 or 5 years actually, to be honest with you, because the person, the Mike Matusik was the second person I was with. The first person I was with Rod Knopfsinger. Yeah. So Rod Knopfsinger and I did this show together for a couple of years. But the whole thing about me doing with Rod Knopfsinger, it was simply has Ray Martinez been confirmed yet? And is there another continuing resolution? And it became this repetitive sort of running joke when we did the show together, talking about, I mean, I got a chance to really learn the ins and outs of the Transportation Committee because of the continuing resolution. It went on and on and on and on. And that's all the news was. And what's crazy is here we are now, almost a decade later of me doing this, and I'm telling you, man, it feels like every week. Now, we've settled in with about 10 crucial issues, but that's what's happened, is the fact that a lot of things that were pie-in-the-sky discussions 5 years ago, like, yeah, we'll never get to that, we're having those discussions now. A lot of things that we thought we would never be talking about legislation for or getting it passed are now on the table. As the Chinese like to say, may you live in interesting times, because we do we not?
We certainly do, and I like to think that those issues have elevated because, OOIDA's game has elevated. We've come a long way over the years. We've gotten a lot bigger and meaner in Washington, D.C., and I think as a result, you're seeing more progress on issues. I think everyone in our office is still frustrated that we haven't really had the type of breakthroughs and the type of home runs we've been hoping for, but there's still an opportunity for us to deliver a lot of good policies on behalf of our members here. So we're still optimistic, and we're proud of how far we've come, but we remain committed to getting over the finish line for things like truck parking that we've been talking about for, it feels like eons.
I wanted to take a moment here, and like I said, one of the things is that when Claire sent me the note, she said, didn't send topic, but they said you'd requested Colin, so I assume you have your ideas, and I have ideas. I'm going to unpack this conversation a little bit here and give you a chance to think about what I'm about to ask you. Don't worry, it is not controversial. I think it's anything but controversial what I'm about to ask you. So we talk a lot. We just did our final episode of Maintenance Matters. We did our final episode of Tech Talk. We just wrapped up Across the Border with Canada Calling. We did our last episode with Dean Croak. All of this stuff has been about building a better, more informed driver. All of it has been about giving the men and women who already have the driving skills they need, the informational skills they need. And we talk a lot about pre-trip, which is a word you probably didn't know anything about until you actually made the move from Mr. Dent's office into this world to some degree. I wanted to kind of ask you, because, we had Ben Wilkins on for his last segment. It's kind of sad to be saying that, but it's also kind of glorious what's been achieved here. So, we talked with Ben about the idea of what people should add into their pre-trip from a cybersecurity standpoint. One of the things that you guys do is you look out for the interest of the individual truck driver and the small business owner truck driver and the owner-operator out there. We talk about pre-trip in regards to checking your tires and making sure everything is properly fastened. What would you add if you were going to tell people on a daily basis, a weekly basis, a monthly basis to make part of their political pre-trip? And I mean political in the most neutral sense.
Visit fightingfortruckers.com and check out what's going on. Even if you're brushing up on issues, we keep it updated with developments on Capitol Hill, which don't come frequently, but they certainly do enough that you got to stay on top of things. And I think a daily check-in with trusted sources in trucking, fightingfortruckers.com if you're talking about advocacy, and folks like our own Landline. Visit Landline every morning, get up to date on what's going on out there. And hopefully, as you get more familiar with these issues, you become more confident in reaching out to your lawmakers and becoming your own advocate, your own grassroots advocate, which is incredibly important here in Washington, D.C. So I think just rather than scrolling social media and getting furious about whatever it is you're doom scrolling on there, do some scrolling on fightingfortruckers.com, do some scrolling on Landline Media, and just take in what's going on in the trucking world. And if something does get you really frustrated, then pick up the phone and call your lawmaker and talk about it. That's the point of advocacy. So that's my recommendation.
One of the things I would tell people when they would come to me and ask, and I'm talking about people who are not in trucking, but this would apply to people who actually drive a truck for a living too. Somebody said, well, how do I understand what the issues are in trucking? And I said, you're going to be a little bit aggravated at me by telling you this. I said, get the same story from an ATA press release, an OOIDA press release, a Landline article, and a Transport Topic article. And I said, do not read them for opinion. Do not read them for slant. And I would tell people this. You don't have to do this all the time. You do this once or twice, and then you can do it reflexively. And I said, highlight just the information. highlight just whatever they are reporting that isn't skewered, informed, or opinion, saying this is what the bill does, this is what it doesn't do, this is the information you need to know, here are the players who will either pass it or stop it from passing, here are where those bodies are buried. And then look at where everything matches up. Wherever that matches up, that's the information. At that point, then, ask yourself the question, what of these things, how can this help or hurt you? And then see where the people who are making these opinions fall in regards to that. The biggest mistake I think people make in this sphere, and by the way, it's not one that you're guilty of, or even some lobbyists on the other side of issues. The biggest mistake I think a lot of truck drivers make in assembling news and political information is they walk in with priors. They walk in with assumptions, and in doing that, they get themselves in all kinds of trouble because it means they're not informed on their own bottom line. They have picked a side based on tribal affiliations rather than on informational affiliations. And one of the things I want to make clear to everybody is that when you speak highly of a Republican representative, it's because they fall on the same side that you do. When you speak highly of a Democratic representative, it's because they fall on the same side that you do. It does not mean, oh, we like these guys and don't like these guys. That's not how this works, because there are things in which one party you're like, man, you guys are aces. And on another issue, you're like, you guys need to clean your toilets, dude. This is not a good scene. And so I think in a lot of ways, one of the things that you and I have kind of communicated over the time here is worry about the issues that affect you and make your decisions based on that rather than the issues of what somebody angry on YouTube, somebody angry on Fox, MSNBC, or any other outlet is. How do you keep all that straight as a former, as a political operator? How do you keep eyes on the prize? Because here's the other thing, too. I know that there are people you don't like who fall on issues that you do, and there are people that you love who are like, are you out of your mind? I adore you. And you can't confuse the two, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it does get difficult. And I guess I look at our restroom access bill, and I think that's a testament to what OOIDA can accomplish for truckers. Now, it hasn't passed yet, but let's look at who the leading champions of it are. Troy Nell's a super conservative from deeply red Texas, who's made a lot of headlines for championing very conservative causes here in Washington, D.C. His partner in crime on the restroom access bill is Chrissy Houlihan, a Democrat from the suburbans of areas of Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. I mean, if we can get those two to come together and work on an issue like restroom access, I think it demonstrates how OOIDA can work with both parties. It can work across the political and ideological spectrum, across the geographical spectrum in Washington to deliver results. And I think that's simply because we are trustworthy, we are honest, and we reflect what our members are experiencing. There's no alternate agenda here. And it allows us to work with just about everybody. And, we're not naive to the fact that there's a midterm election coming in November. It could sway control in Washington to the Democrats' favor. And, a lot of our members might be concerned about that. We're not concerned because that opens new opportunities. Certainly there's going to be a lot to defend against, just like there is today with a Republican majority. But no matter who's calling the shots, we have opportunities to advance policies that work really well for our members. And I do want to go back to what you were saying and add a little bit of an asterisk and just say one of my frustrations talking to our membership involving tribalism is owner-operators will say, well, that doesn't help me, that only helps company drivers. And company drivers will say, well, that doesn't help me, that only helps owner-operators. But I think what is lost often is that OOIDA prioritizes what benefits men and women who make their living behind the wheel. And if you don't see a direct impact on your life, go a few steps further, because what affects company drivers is always going to affect owner-operators and vice versa. So if we're putting something forward that benefits your tribe, but you don't necessarily think it benefits another, or you think, well, that only benefits owner-operators, it doesn't benefit me as a company driver, go a few extra steps, learn a few more, because ultimately you'll see there's a big picture at play here, and it's improving the safety, the wellness, the success of anyone who makes their living behind the wheel.
Two things I also want to point out. Would love to get your take on too. You have to learn to forgive. You have to learn to forgive people for votes that really piss you off. Because there's another vote coming up where they may actually be the guy that saves you or the gal that saves you as well. That's an important point as well, too. Now, there are some votes that are unforgivable where you're like, you know what, dude, you're dead to me. But for the most part, you've got to keep that in mind, too. The idea that your enemy today is your best friend tomorrow, and you don't you want to maintain a good relationship with people regardless of how things kind of play themselves out. All right. That being said, the other thing that is so important about this entire game is, I'll give you an example. Let's just say that you are a driver who has I'm going to use Democrat as an example here because there is a chance that the House flips. And you have a Democratic representative and you don't have much contact with them because you figure, well, the other party's in power and I like the other party anyway, so the hell with them. That is a tactical error on a grand scale. Because if you forged a good relationship with the person who represents your district, or at least a working relationship with the person who represents your district, they may actually be wielding a gavel tomorrow, or they may be the man behind the man making the man happen. And so this is the crucial thing. And right now, given the fact that we're approaching, which is probably going to be, look, guys, this is me doing crystal ball. Colin is not making this comment. It's going to flip. The question is, how monstrously it's going to flip depending upon how things play themselves out. So it might behoove you to make a phone call to somebody you don't like, or at least somebody that you think you don't like because you watch the Reverend Al Sharpton or because you watch Sean Hannity has told you not to like this person, maybe to give them a call and say, hey, look, I'm one of your constituents. I'm a pretty good go-to guy, or at least contact OIDA and say, are there inroads here, right?
Yeah, totally. And, we maintain relationships. We build relationships with members of both parties continuously. It never stops. And that's, you're right. You have to look to the future and anticipate the fact that eventually some chairmen, some chairwomen will be today's freshman members of Congress who might not be ideologically aligned with you at this point, but you have to nurture and develop those relationships. And frankly, we kind of view it as, well, that's a challenge we're willing to accept because we need to find something that resonates with these people because they're blue or red, everyone wants to support their large constituencies back home, and that's always truckers. I mean, truckers are a large portion of every member of Congress's constituency just because it's the nature of the industry. We're all over the place. But yeah, I mean, we try to keep those relationships going, and frankly, it's not just long-term benefit. There are short-term benefits too, because we're looking at a potential highway bill coming through the House here this spring. We're going to need Republicans to be forceful on things like English language proficiency and non-domiciled CDLs, but we're going to need Democrats to be equally as forceful to prevent things like truck size and weight increases that we strongly oppose. So there are benefits to maintaining those relationships both in the short term and the long term, and it makes our lives very easy and also very interesting because sometimes you end up with strange bedfellows and not necessarily anticipating certain folks standing up and saying, yeah, I want to help you on that. But the only way to determine that is to have the conversations with them, no matter where they stand on issues prior to those conversations. So you're absolutely right. And I think there certainly are members that we have written off and said, well, that's a lost cause. But even some of those lost causes we come back and revisit. I'm not going to get into specifics, but, Louis was here in Washington, D.C. last week and looked at his schedule and said, oh, you're sending me to an event with this person. I know they don't like us. And we said, well, yeah, Louis, if anyone can charm them back to the good side, it's going to be you. And he had a productive conversation with that member of Congress, and now we think there are new opportunities there that didn't necessarily exist previously. So even some of what we wrongfully perceived as being lost causes can turn a corner with the development of relationship and the development of trust in each other, and that's what we go about doing every day here in D.C.
And sometimes a dark red Kentucky congressman and an absolute pinko in blue over in California can find common cause and end up on the Sean Ryan podcast together talking about the same issue. You never know who is going to end up being best friends in the wonderful, weird world that is the Emerald City. And so remember, the other thing is, too, although it's much different now, there is a lot more acrimony actually on the ground and on the floor.
Yeah,
I always tell people, my Uncle Jimmy ran a very, very hard and really heartbreaking campaign against, well, you know the Landrews, of course, Moon and Mitch and Mary.
Yep.
My Uncle Jimmy lost to Moon Landrew in a very contentious runoff. I mean, brutal, and the supporters wouldn't talk to each other. It was funny because the next week Jimmy and Moon were having lunch, and the first person to endorse Jimmy when he ran for lieutenant governor was Moon Landrew, because he wanted a friend up in Louisiana's state house, because the lieutenant governor, like so many other states, the lieutenant governor wielded some real power there and wanted an ally and a friend. And that, you never know. You never know that your enemy today might be your friend tomorrow. Colin, we never really got a chance to. I got a chance to know you. I know you, but our listeners never did. Can you tell us a little something about yourself? I mean, you don't have to give away the whole store or give us, the complete details if you don't want to. But tell us how you got into this world and how you became a part of the trucking industry.
I worked on Capitol Hill for a member of Congress who was on the transportation committee. He was from the Lehigh Valley area of Pennsylvania, which
I think he's one of the. I think he's one of the best people in the world. Just want to full stop say that. I think
Thank you. I agree. After all these years, I definitely agree. He represented Lehigh Valley, which we kind of viewed as a major transportation hub going in and out of the East Coast. So transportation was a priority for him, and I got my knowledge working for him for over 8 years in Capitol Hill. And then I went into what I thought was my dream job, working in the cement industry, lobbying on behalf of them on building roads and building parking facilities and whatnot. And then ultimately, a few years later, came over here at OOIDA. Actually, that was 10 years ago. I just celebrated my 10th anniversary this week.
You realize you and I started at the same time?
No, I didn't.
I actually started doing weekends 10 years ago, and I started filling in for Dave the year after that on Fridays. I kid you not. So yeah, we both have 10 years in this industry. That is crazy. Well, happy anniversary to you, man.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've been extremely happy here. I mean, I think that's the proof is in the pudding. If you're here for 10 years, it must be an indication that you're happy, especially in Washington, D.C. timelines where lobbyists get chewed up and spit out pretty regularly. But it's funny, I was at our headquarters last week or 2 weeks ago doing some educational workshops with our headquarters staff about policies in Washington, so they're capable of talking about them with our members. And I mentioned that a few of us are in the double digits in the Washington, D.C. office as far as experience is concerned, and I felt like we were getting some longevity, and people around the table started laughing at me, and I realized I remembered where I was, and that was OOIDA headquarters, where people start careers and find themselves there for 20, 30, close to 40 years. And I'm not just talking about Todd Spencer. There are other folks in that office who have been around for 4 decades, and I think it speaks to their feelings on working for an organization like OOIDA and working on behalf of members like OOIDA's members. I think we're all believers in the cause. We all want to do what's best for our members, and as a result, OOIDA treats us pretty well. We all and we remain committed, and that's what I think has helped us, elevate our stature here in Washington, D.C. as a trusted and reliable source of not only information but as an advocate on behalf of our members.
And for those people who don't know, OOIDA is actually a really interesting organization on Capitol Hill. So many organizations, and by the way, I get a chance now because the gloves are off and I don't care. Many organizations on Capitol Hill require that if you want to be a member of that lobbying organization, the buy-in is extraordinarily pricey for a lot of organizations. Really, really punitive. And there are a couple of exceptions. The unions are a little bit different as well, like the nurses union, people like that. But you guys really are interesting because you are membership funded. It requires, you guys aren't like, $100,000 and we'll go speak our piece for you. That's not what's going on here. This is all put together. This is really one of those, like you remember back when, during the crazy election of 2008, when everybody was being funded not just by big bundled donors, but also being funded by tiny, tiny people, giving little bits of nickels and dimes here. And in many ways, you guys resemble one of those nickels and dimes organizations because 100,000 plus members, each one of them with their fees, each one of them making sure that their voices are heard up there on the Hill. You're an association, and that is a very unique kind of position to be in. You really speak for the people who are your members, as opposed to the well-heeled members, you know?
And I think when times are tough economically, a lot of folks look where to cut waste. But I remind folks, you know, OOIDA's dues for an annual dues is only $40. And if you think about what that gets you, it's money well spent. And I know this sounds self-serving, but you're right. I mean, every little bit helps. There's strength in numbers. The more members we have actively engaged in the political process across the country, the more we can get done in Washington that reflects their needs and the challenges they face. So, I do think if you can go into your seat cushions and find enough to join OOIDA, you'll realize it was a great investment. You'll stay informed, you'll stay active and engaged, and hopefully you'll see the results in the big picture when we start delivering success on things like truck parking and restroom access, and we prevent insurance increases and roll back environmental regulations that make your lives much more expensive and difficult. So, yeah, every little bit helps. I'm an OOIDA member. Most of us here in the OOIDA team are full-fledged members, and we hope that every trucker listening will join as well, because it enhances everything we get to do on your behalf.
You know, we were talking about this earlier with Ben, and the idea that when you're a truck driver, the surface that you are surrounded by where the risks are coming, and he was talking about cybersecurity. But Dean Croak, who was on earlier too, his great refrain is you're only as good as your partners. And that there are so many threats to your livelihood, both from a cybersecurity standpoint, from an obstacle in the road standpoint, to a lack of bathroom access, to a lack of parking. Each one of these issues, if you try to take them on by yourself, you find yourself alone, exhausted, and in places you don't want to be. And, you know, the idea is that associations like this are not just about what you guys are doing on the Hill, but what is being done at Capitol houses all across America, but what's also being done by truck drivers who are members of the association as well, too. Many of whom act as representatives for OOIDA in Baton Rouge, in Birmingham, you know, and Albany, and all across the country, Sacramento, Austin, which, by the way, Sacramento and Austin both think that they're the capital of the United States. Somebody needs to talk to both. Somebody needs to talk to both sides. By the way, it's like, oh, those California pinkos, oh, those fascists. You get the idea. You get the idea. But that's really what it kind of comes down to, is that you have, as Andor, the television show Andor says, you have friends everywhere, right?
Yeah, totally. And that's what it takes. I mean, and one point I want to make is for the truckers out there listening, I want to remind folks, you know, OOIDA was an organization founded by truckers, but it hasn't changed much. It's still run by truckers. No one's going to doubt that Louis P. with his almost 25 years of experience.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy.
I mean, I think truckers should have a lot of confidence in OOIDA for the fact that they look at our leadership, and they look and they sound and they talk just like you do, and that reflects what our core mission is, and that's improving things for truckers. So I love the fact that we go to our board and it's made up of 20 or so members who all come off the road from trucking to attend our board meeting, and they really provide a lot of perspective. And again, strength in numbers. Don't be hesitant to join OOIDA, because I think I hope we've proven to folks that we're out there tirelessly trying to promote their wellness, their safety, and the success of their small business if they're an owner-operator. And I hope we've done enough to prove that. And I know times are tough. The economy is not great for truckers right now, especially owner-operators, but every little bit helps, and $40 hopefully isn't too much for you to join, because that $40, like I said before, is money well spent when we can start delivering on things like truck parking and restroom access.
What's your favorite restaurant in Washington, D.C.?
Ooh, that's a tough one. Geez. I like food so much that there's a really difficult answer, but there's this little Italian place in my neighborhood called Caruso's that does old school, like 1950s, 1960s Italian vibes, and I love just going there and sitting at the bar.
And then we're going to go to another city really quickly. What's your favorite restaurant in New Orleans? Because you love New Orleans.
Anything Emerald. I know that's probably cliched, but
no, he does good work. He does good work. There's a reason why. There's a reason why. About I'm good friends with his ex-wife, by the way. That's a little piece of information that I like to share from time to time. By the way, and Brad Bentley is a big foodie. Fastport is a big foodie, and I will make a couple of recommendations to you the next time you and your wife come down. Make sure that you guys make a reservation at the Mosquito Supper Club. Trust me on that.
Oh,
Trust me on that. I think that you will. Everything is homemade. Everything is farm to table. And one of their desserts is they have a vanilla churned ice cream that has been marbled with raspberries.
Ooh.
Let that sit. In, let that sit.
Sold.
And their sweet potato cornbread muffins are to die for as well too. So all kinds of good stuff. I'll take you whenever you guys come down. You come find me. We will take really good care of you. And just like we did with Tom Bray, we will leave you feeling like you're in a food coma. Trust me, we'll take care of you.
I'll take you up on that. Thank you,
Colin. Thank you for everything. Thank you for being a part of this.
Thank you too, man.
And it's been an absolute blast. Rather than saying goodbye, we will say aloha and ciao. Okay.
Yep, sounds good. Thanks for everything. I appreciate it.
You got it, brother. This has been the last Washington Trucking Week here on Road Gang Radio. Big thanks to Colin, who's giving y'all such great information.
Exceptional value and exceptional. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Thursday.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Now in hour 3 of Road Gang Radio.
Fast.
Woo! We sliding by, baby, at the Fastport Studios, Jimmy Mack.
Good to see you, Phone Master
Hello.
Dre, here at the Fastport Studios. Go to fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org and find out what Brad Bentley and the folks over there can do to help you find the people that you care about, a purpose-driven life. Megan, by the way, Kate Nelson, that's what I've been told her name is not only a writer and historian who lives in Lincoln, Massachusetts. She's written about the Civil War, U.S. West history, American culture for the New York Times, the Washington Post, Smithsonian, Preservation Magazine, and Civil War Monitor. She actually did a little stint at Harvard where she got a BA in history and literature and her PhD in American studies from the University of Iowa. She's taught at Texas Tech, Cal State Fullerton, Harvard, and Brown. She is the author of the book that actually first turned me on to her, Saving Yellowstone. Another amazing book, The Three-Cornered War, Ruined Nation and Trembling Earth. And she joins us for the last Western of the month here on Road Gang Radio. It's great to have you, Megan. Welcome back. And as I said before, rather than goodbye, how about aloha and ciao, which mean both things in both directions. How are you doing?
Woo!
Oh, I'm good. I'm coming to you live from Bozeman, Montana.
Nice.
Are you going to reach out to Peter
Where,
Stark?
Oh, does he live here?
He lives in Missoula. I'm just saying that. It's just it's about 10,000 miles away.
I'll be in Missoula in a couple weeks. I'll be in Missoula actually at the end of March.
Yeah, you guys got both. Everybody's got books coming out at the same time, man. It's like you got the Westerners. He's got the Coronado book. I mean, all kinds of groovy stuff is happening right now. A lot of adventures in the American West. And one of the reasons why I asked you to come on and do a segment with me about Westerns is because you wrote, and I want to take the time to visit this book again, Saving Yellowstone, which is what first turned me on to your work and got me excited. And, we hit it off, and I thought we would invite you back, and we got a chance to kind of talk about that. But I kind of wanted to remind our listeners that Saving Yellowstone is available in a great audiobook form and is available everywhere that books are sold. And, and the idea behind all of these books that when you find an area to kind of live in and kind of fall in love with, and I wanted to kind of go back to the superhero origin story of Meg and Kate. When did you fall in love with the West? When did you fall in love with the West?
Oh, that's such a good question. So I grew up in Colorado, south of Denver, and my mother's family had a cabin up in the mountains. So we would go up there pretty regularly in the summer, and we would hike, and we would play in the creek and do all kinds of things. And then when I was like 6 or 7, we went on our first road trip through the West. We went down into the Southwest into California, and then back again. And of course went to Disneyland. And that was the start of many years of summer vacations that we took actually all across the country. But the first one we did, and I think maybe 3 or 4 of them were Western, specifically Western trips. But it gave me those trips. I mean, I complained about them, of course, Jimmy, because I was stuck in the back seat with my brother for 2 weeks, my older brother, who was pinching me and punching me and, doing older brother things.
Flicking you. Flick.
Now,
the flick? The flick.
Yes, the flick and the I Spy game. And brutal. And but I look back on them now, and I really think that they were formative for me because, first of all, it meant that I by the time I went to college, had been meaningfully in 44 of the lower 48 states. And so I had a sense of the country. I had a sense of regions. I had a sense, and all your listeners probably know this too. You know exactly where you kind of shift into that kind of border region between the Midwest and the West, or the Midwest and the South, or New England and the Mid-Atlantic. Like, you can just tell that changes are happening, in the way that people dress and talk and eat and what the landscape looks like. And I think during those trips, because my dad is a real history nerd, I got my love of history from him. And so we would stop at every historical marker, every historical site. And so I learned about history through the landscape and through moving through the landscape. And I think that is one of the things that ties all of my books together, even the ones that I wrote that you just talked about, the first 2 that are on the Southeast. It's this theme of kind of movement and moving through places. And I'm especially fond, Jimmy, of weird landscapes. So, Yellowstone is, of course, beautiful, one of our great national parks, the first national park. But that geothermal region is weird. It's weird. Like, boiling mud is a strange thing to witness, and you don't want to go too close to it, right? So I think very early on, I had a sense of myself as a Westerner, and I had a sense of what it meant to be from the West, and also to have a kind of regional identity.
It's weird because, that's such a good point. And I remember the moment, and I was enjoying Saving Yellowstone from the moment I kind of opened the book. But I remember, and I've talked about this before with you, the moment they get to Salt Lake City, that whole chapter about Salt Lake City, of the Native Americans dressing in their finery to kind of honor what the Mormons had built out there. And the idea of the strange landscape of the boiling mud, but also the idea that in many ways it was weird because for the first time ever, and look, I went to a Jesuit high school. Your sophomore year in high school, the way they teach you your religious class is they walk in, the Jesuit priests walk in and they say, we're going to teach every major world religion in the first 3 semesters as if it's right. And then in the final semester, we're going to teach every other sect of Christianity as if they are the right way. They teach them in this kind of unbiased, positive way.
Wow.
And it makes you really informed. So I really understood Mormonism. But the one thing that always kind of left me like going, where the hell does this kind of space age science fiction stuff come from? You know, the other planets and the universe. When we got to your description of Salt Lake City in the 19th century, the entrance into Salt Lake City, I went, oh no, I get it. Because I had a friend of mine who once said when Claire and I moved out to California, he was from Georgia, and he said, man, I'll tell you, he said, I've lived here all my life. David Bruckner is his name. He actually directed the movies The Ritual and The Night House. And he openly told me point blank, he looked at me and he goes, it's like living in a science fiction world out here. It's so vastly different. The landscapes, once you get to the Rockies, the world looks like somebody has drained an ocean or that you're on the planet Mars. And that so much of Ray Bradbury, when he writes the Martian Chronicles, you realize he's not describing Mars, he's describing the American frontier. He's describing the American West in those books. And there really is a science fiction quality to all of that kind of stuff that kind of plays through, because science fiction is speculative fiction, and speculative fiction is imagining worlds that you have not quite yet discovered or that you're in the process of discovery. And so one of the things that I've noticed that you do in your books is you really make an effort to kind of establish the rules and the geographical anomalies of these worlds so that people understand you are not back east. You are not in a concrete cavern anymore. You know, you are actually in a wide open, dangerous space. And that sense of threat has to kind of play through. I mean, you constantly have to write knowing that everyone you're writing about could die in 99 different ways, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, for most of the 19th century, there's no infrastructure anywhere, right? So, I mean, we think about, well, what happens if we're driving through, you know, these big deserts or Death Valley or something, and you know, your tire goes flat or you're just kind of out there and it's a particularly hot day. I mean, that prospect, I think, for us as modern day Americans is kind of scary. But think about traveling on horseback or by wagon. There is no way to communicate. There is no telegraph. There's no telephone. Like, you have to carry everything you need with you. You don't know if there will be water. You know, it's hard to replicate that kind of sense of, I don't know, like just a basic form of survival, that you had to be able to adapt to your environment. You had to be able to fix your own wagon. You had to be able to kind of understand everything that was going on around you, and in a landscape that you had never seen before. You had never even seen it in an illustration. You know, that's the other thing that's so interesting to me. And when I try to recreate these moments for readers in the past, it's really hard, because even if you've never been to Yellowstone, you know what parts of it look like, right? Because the photographs are everywhere. And so sometimes when you go to a place like Grand Prismatic Spring in Yellowstone, you know, you can kind of hear people saying like, oh, it looks just like it does in the pictures, in the photos, right? Because you've seen it before. But try to imagine never seeing a geyser in your life, like in any, and not even knowing that it really existed.
Or what it can do if you get too close to it. Or what it can do to you if you get too close to it. I mean, I don't mean like right next to it. I mean just too close. I mean, there's a point where you.
Oh yeah, there's a photograph of members of the 1872 survey that Hayden led, standing like right next to Old Faithful as it's spouting. And I'm like, what? What are you doing, you idiot? Like, it's just, you know, and crawling out onto the structure of Mammoth Hot Springs to take a picture just so that you could get a sense of scale. I mean, yeah. And I was like, any moment you could have fallen through there and you'd be gone. And, you know, Yellowstone kills a lot of people that way every year, who are stupid, who wander off the path. But yeah, that's one of the, I mean, I really do love, because I am a landscape historian, I do love doing all that detailed research into what the landscape actually looked like back in the 19th century, which is mostly when I'm writing about, and then how they would have experienced moving through that space and seeing these kinds of things for the first time.
This is interesting too, by the way, because I want to point out to people that it is almost impossible to you just can't do it. You cannot replicate what one of those journeys would have felt like, even if you found a patch of earth that you didn't know anything about and just simply went in there. And I tell people this all the time, you know how to clean a wound. I know that sounds crazy,
Right.
but we are in possession of information that we cannot shed ourselves up. We cannot replicate the conditions of the past. The simple fact of the matter is we know that there are things that they did not know that we can do if we cut our leg, how to take care of it. You know, it is impossible for us to replicate the past. If you tell anybody where you are going, you have immediately violated the rules of being in the past. The idea, because once you tell somebody where you're going, if you get lost, they know the area you got lost in and they can send out a search party. I know that sounds crazy. Even if you tell nobody what you were up to, the information you possess, if you have basic understandings of infections and wounds and also know what certain animals can do and know what certain landscapes can do to you, the simple possession of that information, the fact that you went to an American high school, and if you went to one that actually gave you any sort of quality information, it is impossible to replicate the experience of what those people went through at any sort of level that approaches verisimilitude. That's pretty fair, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we can't experience it ourselves. And it's even hard. You know, I like to go to all the places that I write about. And so I do a lot of driving through the West and kind of standing around and looking at things and taking photos. And, you know, some of those places have not been paved over, have not been developed. They're sort of as close as you can get to the landscape, you know, 150 years ago. But still, there's been landscape change, right? There have been, you know, because of all kinds of changes anyway, nature changes at its own pace, even when we don't interfere with it. And the most striking example of this is that rivers change their course. You know, and we have, I mean, obviously, you know this, Jimmy, right? Like New Orleans, the Mississippi, like when it floods, things happen. Sometimes it flows into different channels. You know, very famously, it has flowed backwards once in a while. And, you know, there in New Mexico, if you try to go visit the battlefield of Valverde, which is a major battlefield in the Civil War in New Mexico, you can go now because it's now you can kind of book a tour as part of staying in a luxury resort. But when I went to go visit it back in the day, you couldn't really do that. But even if I had been able to go, it would not have been the same battlefield because the Rio Grande changes course quite frequently due to flooding in the spring. And so if there's been a really heavy snowfall and there are really heavy floods, it's a different river. And so you have to take that into account and say, actually, you know, I'm not standing on the space of the battlefield. I'm about 50 yards away. And on the other side of the river, there's, you know, it changes, the landscape changes kind of naturally. So even if you were able to replicate any kind of part, as you were saying, like just kind of going in and plunging in, it still wouldn't be the same landscape. The exact same.
And by the way,
150 years
good
ago.
luck finding a place without light pollution.
Right.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you know, I mean, our mutual friend, he tried. I mean, you know, Last Empty Places. I mean, tried to find the darkest places on the map, but still at some point you will wander far enough where light pollution begins to become a factor. And by the way, I don't mean, when I use the word pollution, I don't mean that as a derogatory. I simply mean, it's like, let me tell you something, man. There is something that takes fear out of the equation when in the distance you can see the lights of something. You know what I'm saying? It's midnight, but there in the distance, something's glowing. You know, something's glowing over there, and it's amazing how far away you can see light pollution, especially when the rest of the world is dark around you. And these were things that these men and women, I mean, when they walked out there into that wilderness, darkness was darkness. And sometimes you better hope it wasn't a cloudy night, man, because you would look up, and the only thing that could guide you were those stars. And that was it. You know, that was your only point of reference, and you didn't know whether the next step would take you off of a cliff and all that kind of stuff. So one of the things we did on this segment is we looked at movies that tried to replicate it, and none of them ever come within an inch of coming anywhere close. Even The Revenant, which we talked about, where we both got frostbite from simply watching that movie. But in many ways, The American West, the Western, as it is an attempt to make sense of a thing that made no sense to a large degree, right? It's an attempt to kind of retroactively impose meaning on a world that only had meanings in regards to whether you believe in God or simply, the evolution of the world. Actually was a rather wild and untamed place. And I kind of wanted to make a segue both into Westerns and your new book to kind of talk about this as well, because it's a certain character of people that get represented in the American Western. And those who don't fit into that rubric often meet sticky ends. I was thinking about that because so many of the movies we watched, there is always one person who represents civilization who either wins or gets completely ground up by the world that they've entered. And can you kind of talk about the impact that Westerns had on writing a book like The Westerner? I'm not saying you meant to make reference to it, but what American myths and shaping of the West impacts our history and understanding of it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So the Westerners, which is my book coming out at the end of March, is really arguing that the frontier myth kind of takes hold, starts to build much earlier than people think it did. Most people dated it around the 1890s, but really Americans are starting to build a kind of frontier myth from the moment Lewis and Clark get back from their expedition. And the elements of this are going to be familiar to everyone who is listening, right? The West was settled by white families, mostly from the East Coast, moving from east to west in kind of a very linear fashion, often in a Conestoga wagon, especially a little bit later in kind of mid-19th century. And they met a bunch of challenges along the way, including indigenous resistance and the dangers of the wilderness, as we have been talking about. And they were challenged and they persevered and they won the West. And that this particular narrative...
In VistaVision. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes. And they won it, and therefore sort of exemplified all of the greatest of American ideals, right? A sort of adventurousness, rugged individualism, they did it all by themselves, right? And perseverance and courage, and that this is a Central American story, and it really has made America what it is today. So this is what I refer to in the book as the frontier myth or the pioneer myth. But this book also kind of tells the story of all the people that this frontier myth erased, who are the real people who built the West in the 19th century, who were Hispano, who were Asian immigrants, Canadian immigrants, Black men and women, indigenous peoples of all different tribal nations. And, as all of these people were also exemplifying many of those traits that we associate with pioneers, they were creating lives for themselves, and they were creating networks of trade and of relationships and politics kind of in the larger West in the 19th century. So part of my argument in the book is that we want to think about these people as Westerners and not just pioneers, that there were many more of them than we have recognized, and they had more in common than we have recognized. And one of the things that I think they do share, the sort of kind of stereotypical pioneer and the Westerners, is this kind of willingness to leave home, right? Leave a home place and go somewhere else and make a new home place. And that takes a certain kind of, I don't know if you would call it necessarily a spirit of adventure, but it definitely is a willingness to take risks, and also a confidence in the skills that you have to make your way in the world, right? Every single person, there are 7 major protagonists in the Westerners, and all of them have a set of skills that enable them to adapt to these new places and make them their own. And that's what I found really fascinating. I thought that was, and I hadn't really sort of known that when I picked these 7 people. I picked them for a number of reasons, including that I had enough sources to write about them in a pretty granular way. But yeah, I mean, I've always been interested in what makes a Westerner, and who gets to claim that identity, and what comes with that identity. Does it give you any sort of power, or is it just like other regional identities that it is about community, and it is about belonging, and who gets to belong kind of in this space and take sustenance from it.
No,
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say that, in many ways, this is really kind of plays in beautifully with the idea of you being a landscape historian. The idea that landscape, territory, country makes certain demands of people, meaning in the sense that it's like, if you are going to live here, you need to have this. And that's exactly it. So that's where the historian in you I would assume really thrives. It's like, we have to understand the world in which we are entering, because we also know that your lack of skill in this could come to a pretty sticky end. However, if you have the following skill set, this might be the place for you. Because simply being shell-shocked from the Civil War and wanting to get away from that, simply being broke inside of a major city is not enough. That anywhere but here is not good if one of those anywheres is a dangerous country for which you are not physically or emotionally or intellectually suited to thrive in. And that is the sense of like, if you wanted to make it in the West, you needed to possess one of these 7 skills, is what it seems to me that you kind of, I don't want to say stumbled upon, that's not fair.
Yeah.
But
well,
in many,
sort of,
well, but the thing is though,
yeah.
but you also say no, but the thing is, you tell 7 great stories of, 7 stories of opportunity and struggle in the West, and why do these particular people really thrive, or at least set into motion a tradition of thriving? And the question is, what skills do they have? What do they have in common? Or what do separate things allow them to kind of thrive? The idea that a person who understands, geography and knows to set up on a particular road to set up a shop. I mean, the idea, we go back to Deadwood. I just read this great book on Deadwood by Peter Cousins, and the idea of why Seth Bullock and his longtime partner, they know in going there, they've done their research on the territory. They know there is no hardware store. I know it sounds as simple as that, but it's like it's almost like being an entrepreneur. It is being an entrepreneur. Is that an entrepreneur sees a space in which something that is needed does not exist, and they enter into that space and make a commitment to bring that thing to it. And that in many ways is a metaphorical kind of way of what you're talking about. Is that fair?
Oh, absolutely. And I think we saw this in a lot of our Westerns, right? That there are almost all of the protagonists have that special set of skills, right? Where they are.
Tombstone needs a marshal. Tombstone needs a marshal. That's as simple as that,
Yeah. Yeah. And being a marshal is not just about being able to shoot a gun, right? It's a leadership position. And a lot of the protagonists, if you think of Colorado, if you think of True Grit, if you think of like Wind River, there's always someone who kind of knows the lay of the land. And then there's someone who's sort of a newbie, who's trying to figure stuff out and is in peril. But there's always a protagonist who, can deal with everything, who's very adaptive. In Dances with Wolves, it's the Lakota. And, we see Kevin Costner's character like bumbling around trying to like figure out how to survive in this place where the men before him have not survived. And he only survives with their help, right? With their skills and with their knowledge.
But that's one of the messages of the movie.
Yeah.
That's one of the messages is that, that we see other people have not survived. And he says, well, why didn't they survive? And it's like, because they did not reach out and they did not make accommodation with the people who actually have survived here. And I think about Wind River, too. Think about her decision. I went back and rewatched that film again, Megan, and there's a brilliant moment where she says, remember that she literally, she can leave. 20 minutes into the movie, she can take off, and then she looks at Jeremy Renner and she says, if I leave, this dies right here and right now. I need to stay here, because if I don't stay here, we never get to justice. Her decision to stay means that she realizes there is a need for her, that she literally is the marshal in that story. He's the tracker hunter. She's the marshal. She is the marshal in the traditional Western kind of frame. Megan, we're going to run out of time here, and I got another guest.
Oh, no.
I got another guest coming up here.
Jimmy.
Another goodbye character. But the Westerners, I'm so excited about it. We are not done. I know that you're going to make an appearance at some point on Lindsay's wonderful podcast, We Should Write. I can't wait to hear that. I can't wait to hear you guys just go Lato or Lato. I don't even know. Is mano a mano? What's the one for women? I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
It can still be mano a mano.
Mano a mano. We'll go with mano a mano as in mankind. So but I have to tell you, it has been an absolute pleasure making a friend. And by the way, as you begin to describe the urge to become a Westerner, I kept saying, gee, I wonder why we picked this for a trucking show. I have no idea why.
I know, right? It fits so beautifully. But no, this has been really great. I mean, I remember when my publicity people were like, oh, we're going to put you on this show called Road Dog. And I was like, what now? They were like, no, the host, Jimmy, is great. And he loves books and he loves talking about books. And I was like, okay. And then it was such a great conversation, and it was such a delight to come on every month and talk with you about movies. And then when Lindsay joined us, it was really great fun. So I'm going to miss it.
Really a delight. And by the way, we will find time to talk about the assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford at some point.
Yes.
It's a beautiful movie.
Yes,
it's a beautiful movie, and I can't recommend that one enough as well, too. Thank you so much. I love you, and as a good reverend says, there's nothing you can do about it. Thank you, Megan Kate.
Thank you, Jimmy. Have a great one.
You as well, too. By the way, Megan's book comes out at the end of March. If you don't buy it, shame on all of you. Shame on the House of Road Dog. Shame on the House of Road Gang. Shame on the House of Nemo. Read the book. Get the audio book. Make it part of your life. The Westerners is coming out soon from Megan Kate Nelson. Terry Taylor's coming up next. Can't wait to talk to him. A way of saying goodbye as well, too. All right, guys, hold on tight. Road Gang Radio continues after this.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Oh, baby, that means there's another half of Road Gang Radio with your host, Jimmy Mack, live from the Fastport Studios one more time. Two more times. Yeah.
Outstanding. You know, when I first kind of conceived of Road Gang Radio, and, so much of this model, and I'll talk about this tomorrow at length. By the way, guys, if you turn into the show tomorrow at 10:30, I've got some thoughts that I'd like to share with you guys about Dave Nemo, about Andre, about Lindsay, about Tara, about our good friend Claire Marie. One of the things about this show is that when it was first kind of conceived, I don't know if you know this, but Dave quickly made the transition, from nighttime radio to daytime radio, from music to talk. And he won't lie to you. The first couple of weeks were a struggle, and then he and Claire sat down and kind of changed the rules. It's the first time Dave took on a producer. He was his own producer for a long time, but it turns out that when you're not playing music, it's very, very difficult. I've sat in that chair before in better conditions than I've had the last couple of weeks. That's all on me, by the way. But one of the difficult things is that you're having to field phone calls while being on the phone, while being on with a guest, while setting up spots and all that kind of stuff. And he kind of created this model by which you would get both fun and information. Fact, fun, fellowship. That triple F has always kind of dictated this. And you've got to kind of ask yourself the question, who is listening? What are they looking for? And you take a gamble. You've also got to keep yourself interested. So it makes a lot of sense. I had Matthew Holbert talking about essentially how bushwhackers became cowboys and legends of the West. Peter Stark talking about going out there and getting lost and then finding your way back home. Megan Kate talking about how myths are forged, how identity is created, and sometimes that the truth and the fiction don't match up in ways that people think. That's part of the equation as well too. But Dave and I talked about the idea of guy stuff, and so many of you guys who are listening fall into that kind of age bracket between about 45 and about 65. Many of our listeners really fall into that gap or have an obsession with the people who actually grew up in the late 60s, throughout the 70s, and then into the 80s. And there's a lot of stuff in regards to pop culture and a lot of fun that has found its way into becoming what we call the playground of adulthood. And many years ago, Claire booked this wonderful guest, a guy by the name of Terry Taylor, who owns a place called 1313 Mockingbird Toys over in Lawrence, Kansas, and he joined us, and I hit it off with him, and I just love the fact that he could talk about rock and roll music. He could talk about music that he wasn't even interested in because he'd been a promoter. He could talk about collectible toys, some of which he wasn't interested in because he was making sure that the people who came by his store had everything they were interested in. He could talk about movies because he's such a big horror buff and a big movie buff in general, and he could talk about small businesses as well in regards to being an owner-operator because Terry and his wife Liz are owner-operators. And he could talk about first responders and all of that kind of stuff. And you get these guests that come on the show and you say to yourself, man, that is the sweet spot. And then you see pictures of your regular listeners finding these people over at conventions and you say, man, what a good call I've made from Forat to our friend William Schofield. All of you guys have made a real effort to kind of reach out and become part of a community. And one of the people that we've been thrilled to welcome to that community is Mr. Terry Taylor, who has always given his time, his wisdom, and his... Terry is a great example of how you can be an incredibly kind person without being weak. And we are thrilled to welcome him back onto Road Gang Radio one final time. Good morning to you, my friend.
Good morning, Terry.
Oh, thank you. Don't make me cry.
Well, I got to tell you, I'm an Irishman, dude. It's what we live for. I mean, I got to tell you, how are things in Glaucomora? Well, I got glaucoma because my eyes are so tearing up, by the way. How you doing? How's the world treating you? How is business over at 1313 Mockingbird?
No, it's not. I mean, not bad. It's kind of like we always can. I was trying to remember. I think it would have been 60 years, July, that I would have been on the show. Does that sound right?
That sounds right, man. Unbelievable, huh?
Yeah, I was trying. It was crazy, and I was trying to think about all the stuff we had talked about over 6 years, and we'll talk about everything from the struggles of owning a small business, which like most of your workers, or excuse me, most of your listeners are all in that boat of owning their own business, to horror movies, to your love of Lovecraft and the Thing and everything, to events we've done, events you guys have done. It's pretty crazy to think, much like how we do our interviews once a month or our chats, they go by so fast. And when I sat and looked, I was like, they got a hold of us, I believe, July of 2020, in the heat of the pandemic. And I just can't wrap my head around it's been that long.
No, I mean, and I have to tell you, so we had the final episode of Washington Trucking Week on today, and my friend Colin Long, I did not realize that he had started his job with the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association the exact same year that I actually began broadcasting on RadioNemo. And And I always think of him as this really young guy. And I realize this is a decade later. I've known Colin for the better part of a decade, and here we are a decade later. I mean, you and I met. We met in our 40s, right? I mean, you and I were both in our 40s when we met. And that's that strikes me as, I mean, I was just flipping the switch on 50 when you and I first kind of met, and it just seems like yesterday. And I
totally agree.
And there are people on the chat, by the way, right now who actually I knew 10 years ago. I mean, there are people on this chat, Showtime, a number of the other people, Bruce Almighty. I mean, Dre and I have known these people for the better part of a decade. Dre, how old are you now, brother?
I'm 32.
Which means you and I met probably around the time that you were like 24, 25.
25, area 26, yeah.
I mean, there you go, Terry. This has been a long, strange trip, has it not, brother? And it's just, I thought that I would set up something for you. And by the way, thank you, for putting thought into all the stuff that I like, along with the stuff that you like. I wanted to kind of ask you, what do you think, why there is a niche for what you do? Why there is a continued love, not just for, and we'll focus on our listeners right now, that there is a group of men and women between the ages of 40 and 60, sometimes older, sometimes younger, who really love this stuff. I mean, where do you, this is something that didn't, is this because when we grew up in the 70s and 80s, we didn't have this kind of stuff, or at least it was really prohibitively expensive, and maybe there was one store 2 cities over that we could get to like this? I mean, does more of this stuff exist because we dreamed of a world and then we created it? Is that?
Well, I think back, I think up till, I don't know, let's say the late 90s, like essentially the birth of the internet, we all had to use our imagination to play. We went outside. Things weren't available at our fingertips. So if you were in the 80s and you were collecting Masters of the Universe or Star Wars or G.I. Joe, or even in the 70s with, some of the Battlestar Galactica toys and things like that, I mean, you had to scavenge and search and drive to Pomida and Kmart, Lewis Drug, KB Toys, your local mall. I mean, you had to search, or your parents had to search, I should say, for a lot of us. It wasn't just available at your fingertips, and I think it became so much more of a prize and so much more of a appreciation when you did get that figure or that item, because the hunt was so long and almost strenuous. I know my parents stressed over, I was an only child, and even though my parents kind of had their own issues with each other, they always made sure that I had toys and that I had the things that I wanted. And my mom, and this is probably where I get my hunter-gatherer powers from, is that my mom, she would get me a bunch of Star Wars stuff, and then she'd be like, oh, wait, is there there should be another, because on the back of every card, whether it be G.I. Joe or Masters of the Universe or Star Wars, there was always a list of everything that was in the wave, and then she would kind of figure out, well, you don't have Greedo yet. And then she would be on the hunt for, just that obsessive thing. And I think we appreciated what we had a lot more back then because it wasn't at our fingertips and free to just view or order or whatever. And, and beyond that, I feel as humans, we always live in a constant state of nostalgia, whether it be nostalgia for our childhood, nostalgia for past relationships, nostalgia for thinking about better times as a kid before you had adult life pressures of a job, a family, money. And I think it's almost inherent in us as humans to almost glorify things that are kind of in the past, or remember them that way, because it helps us think of, I'm not saying I'm, right now I'm absolutely happy with my life.
Living the dream.
My wife, my
living the dream.
Yeah, there's no complaints, but I do I used to be a touring musician. I used to have a rock and roll lifestyle. And you can't help but sometimes fondly think back to those days, and you always wonder, are my best days done? And I do think that sometimes, but then I think of everything I have now, and I'm like, well, no, this is way better than that. But I think it's just in our human nature to romanticize things from the past, and I think that's what keeps a lot of this nostalgia and toys kind of alive. I don't know.
I think it's pretty spot on, by the way. And my dad turns 83 today. For those of you out there who know him, who've actually followed him as a character, the captain is now 83 years old. And by the way, made a journey this week to Oklahoma to go visit his grandson, who is in the military. And he gave me some really great advice once about nostalgia, Terry. And I feel like this will land for you. He goes, close the gap. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, you always want to close the gap on nostalgia. And what he means is to be mindful. You know, it's a wonderful moment in The Office, a great line. You know, some people say, the good old days. He said it's important to kind of know that you're living in the good old days right now. And
exactly.
And my dad he'll have these moments where he had never seen Andor before, and we were watching Andor together, and he said, "This is terrific." And he paused it, and he looked at me, and he goes, "Here we are, having some popcorn, having a little bit of candy, watching a really good Star Wars product for a change." He said, "Thank God they eventually make it good again." He goes, "Let's just appreciate the moment right now." He said, "Right now, I'm sane." He said, "My brain is still here. You're still alive and well. Your wife loves you. Your life is good. Let's just have a moment right now and really appreciate what is happening right now." And he calls it closing the gap on nostalgia. Is that why wait to miss something when you can enjoy it in the moment that you're enjoying it? Because then I think part of what nostalgia is, Terry, I think part of what it is our bittersweet sort of wistfulness at not having enjoyed it enough while it was happening. I think that's really what nostalgia is about, is not having appreciated the moment in the moment. And I think if you do, then when you go back to live there again, you go, you know what? I miss it, but man, I really had a great time and I really enjoyed myself in the moment that I was enjoying myself. And I think that's what's really crucial, because we can never enjoy a moment because it's past the moment we start enjoying it. But we can close the gap as much as possible, and that makes a big difference. And I think it's why people look at toys for a long time, even when they know they're going to buy something. They don't just, although I know you've seen people racing and pull it off the shelves. But it's why it's important when you're going to get that toy, that video game, that new movie, is like I said, rather than have recollection be the place you go, have anticipation play the place you live. To take a moment when you're in line for Raiders of the Lost Ark, and I was in line, by the way, around the block on opening day for the debut of Raiders of the Lost Ark, to take a moment while you're in the line and say, I'm almost there. To almost start enjoying the anticipation of things rather than the nostalgia of things. I don't know.
I think many of us don't, and I'm very guilty of this. You can ask my wife. I a lot of times don't live in the now. I'm always worried about, for me, I'm always worried about the future, and especially this crazy, last couple of years we've all been in, rather than just appreciating or sitting in the now of what's going on. Like Liz will be like, well, how were sales today? And I'm like, well, they were good, but gosh, the last week's been kind of bad, and I'm really worried about what's going on. My wife will always be like, Terry, we had a good day today. We made some money. We're still open. She's like, she always has to remind me to take, because I'm always like, my thing, and you can ask my employees this too. I'm always like, yeah, this was good, but I always have a but, because I'm always worried about X, Y, Z, and sometimes it just takes my wife or a friend or somebody to remind me to like appreciate that the small victories rather than the long haul.
That being said, though, it's okay to be a proactive pessimist, and by that I mean the idea that it's like, if we anticipate the worst, but we prepare for it, then we can basically sometimes assure it never happens. I mean, there is a balance there. Yeah. I'm actually going to stand up for Terry for a moment. That the but is okay, provided that the but isn't fatalism. That's where where the danger comes in. The danger, I think, comes when the but becomes fatalistic. That's going to happen. It's like, this was great. Now let's make sure that tomorrow is even better. And I think that's a. I think, by the way, it sounds like you have a pretty healthy relationship with your wife, by the way. It's a nice balance. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. We've been together since 2003. I can probably count on one hand how many arguments we've actually had. And when I say arguments, we've never raised our voices at each other. So when I say arguments, it was more just like a disagreement that took a little bit for us to get past, but in a just mellow way. I don't know how to describe it. Like we're just really good at proactively heading things off at the pass, because I feel like the worst thing you can do is let things compound and not talk about it. Whereas if you have something little, just bring it up right away. You air it, you move through it, and you're done, and it doesn't fester. And I have a lot of friends who have been in long-term relationships, and they'll be like, oh, this really about, my husband or about my wife, that boy, this is just really bums me out. And they always do this. And and as we talk, I can feel that they've been getting like frustrated for months or a year about this thing. And I'm always like, well, have you talked to them? No, I ain't going to do that. Well, I don't know what to tell you. If you can't have an open line of communication with people, and I do it with my employees too. If I have an issue, I just immediately am like, hey, I noticed, this didn't get done. If you could just do it next time would be awesome, rather than sitting on it for months and then getting mad. So I'm very much an open book about trying to just, snuff the flame out before it turns into a full blown fire kind of type of thing. And Liz and I think got that down to a pretty good art, even though I'd say 99.9% of the time we're always on the same page. I'm just really lucky in that way.
One of the things that I have learned about myself over the last couple of years that's really interesting to me, and I would really, as a piece of advice, I would give a lot of our listeners. And by the way, everything you said, I agree with 100%, big thumbs up to that. That I really have kind of wrestled with is that my enthusiasm and my, what I would call sometimes the deep ache to do something that I've always wanted to do prevents me from taking the necessary steps to do it with the people that I want to do it with all the time. And what I find is that the hardest thing in regards to doing anything moving forward is to kind of set up the rules of how you want it done. And I don't mean it has to be done exactly the way you want it done, because you can't collaborate with people if that's the attitude you're going to take. But
Sure.
I do find, though, that you need to be able to kind of accept your red flags, to kind of be able to take a step back and say, I don't have the people or the resources necessary to do this thing the way I want it done. Because one of the things that I find, the only wall that a person like you will hit is what I call where it doesn't matter how you ask for the thing you want, you're going to get a defensive response. And it's the one place, but you've got to also do that as an adult to say, oh, wait, well, somebody's being defensive about the smallest thing. I can't work with this person. And you've got to have the courage of saying, it might mean I don't get the thing done immediately, but I'm never going to get it done, and this is how this thing is going to start off. And that's why it's so important when forming a small business, you make sure that it's a woman you haven't had an argument with since 2003. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what's so important. You're only as good as your partners are. And I kind of wanted to ask you that too, in regards to the people that work with you, the employees at your business. How you onboard them? I mean, what qualities do you look for in regards to collaborators or people to kind of create a toy business with, a collector's business with?
It's very hard, because I am an only child and I'm a control freak, so I'm very, very particular about who works at my store, because also whoever's working at the store is an extension of me, an extension of the store. And when I first had to hire, I was the only sole worker here for the first 4 or 5 years the store was open. Liz would come in and help when she could, but it was pretty much just me. And when I realized that I needed help, I needed help many years before I actually admitted it, but it was really tough. Before I let it happen, was like, you got to hire someone. It's always about money. It's always about, well, I don't know who to, and unfortunately in Lawrence, it's a college town. And I always say this, that, I get older, but everyone else stays the same age. So the turnover in Lawrence, there is townies, like people that have roots here, but most of them are like, family, kids, real job, like a job that, pays really well, health benefits, and, things that I just can't really do here, with how it goes. Because I don't even, I personally don't even take a paycheck from the store. But one of the first people I hired was a guy named Keith. Him and his wife were regulars in the store. They were collectors of Monster High, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, X-Men, and they've been coming in since day one. Come in. And I remember Keith, he is a manager at a really awesome high-class restaurant here called Zen Zero. And I remember right after COVID, when things were kind of opening up and people were just doing takeout but not doing sit-in, I was waiting in line to get my takeout at Zen Zero, and this lady in front of me was just berating Keith at the counter. And take in mind, Keith didn't take the order. Keith didn't fix the order. He was strictly just the guy that was the manager at the counter. And this woman that is in front of me is just berating him, calling him stupid. Her order was wrong, wants a refund, just all this. And I stood behind her, and it was so hard for me not to interject, but I was like, nope, not my business. I can't. This is when things get out of control, when people kind of get involved. But he never broke character. He kept a smile on his face. The way he handled this interaction of just being berated was fantastic. So woman, leaves, whatever. I go and get my food. I say hi to Keith. I don't really remark about what happened. He doesn't say anything to me about it, whatever, and I leave. So I went home, told Liz, I was like, I told her, I was like, I saw, Keith in there and this thing that happened. And because that's how I handle things. When people go low, I go way higher. I just try and be as positive as I can. If they're yelling at me, I get even calmer. So he was in maybe a couple weeks later. I was like, hey, are you by chance looking for a part-time job? I know you work a lot at Zen Zero. And he just looks at me, goes, no, I'm definitely not looking for more work. And then he pauses. He goes, unless it's here. And so hired him on the spot. And he was one of my first part-timers I hired. And so that kind of gives you a glimpse of kind of the caliber I look for. I like people that can handle uncomfortable situations, which doesn't happen a lot here, but it does happen. But I really look for people that can, and for me, even if they don't know a lot about toys, as long as they have a great personality, can handle themselves, can treat my customers with respect, they can learn about the toys along the way. And so I have a couple workers that are super into toys, know a lot about toys, and they're great. And then I've also have a couple workers that don't know about, they know about toys now, but they did not.
But they know about human beings. But they know about human beings.
Yep.
And that's a crucial thing. By the way, you've just described the man who actually answers the phone and pushes the buttons and arranges the commercials on this show to a T. That he actually knows human beings and knows how to be. The other thing is too, it's not about being a pushover. It's about being decent and human, and at some point saying, you know what, we have reached an impasse here. You got to go, because that's the other thing too. Being kind and going high is one thing, but like I said before with you, there's a difference between being kind and being weak, and they are not the same thing. And it's often what you look for in customer service.
Yeah, I've definitely had customers, not too often, that we've hit an impasse, and I've had to be like, okay, I don't know what to tell you. You just got to go. And that doesn't, and I hate when it gets to that point. But the funniest thing is, a while ago, I had two customers in that were an alternative couple, and they were holding hands and looking at stuff, and then there was two other people who walked in who were not usual patrons of the store
and not open to alternative to couple, and not open to the possibility of alternative couples. We'll put it that way.
Correct. And we're very much a safe space here, and so they made a comment about this couple, and I just immediately, and it's one of the few times that I just was like, nope, not in here. You guys got to leave. That is completely unacceptable. And they looked at me and they were like, it's like 2 years. I can't remember exactly, but essentially they said they weren't leaving. And these guys were much bigger than my 147-pound butt. And so I wasn't in any way going to get physical with them, but I have a little flapper that at my counter that I have to lift up to be able to go into the floor. Mm-hmm. So I was just lifting up the flapper to go out to have a more face-to-face conversation with these guys rather than yelling. And so the minute I ripped the flapper up, and the couple that they had said this stuff to told me after the fact that I guess I must have done it kind of aggressively, which I didn't think I did. Mm-hmm. So I lifted up. They looked at me and they ran out of the store so fast. It was the guys I was going to talk to. So the couple, I apologized. I was like, I'm so sorry. That never. They're like, no. I mean, there were a couple that come in here all the time, so they know that's not what happens in my store usually ever. But they were like, yeah. They said you looked like you had a little bit of anger in your eyes. I was like, really? I thought I was being really mellow. And so I think the two guys, I think my posturing was not what I thought it was, but they ran out of here like before I even could even get my first foot onto the showroom floor. But that stuff doesn't happen very often.
No,
here.
and you want to tell people like that, by the way, read the room. Read the room, by the way.
Yeah.
These people did not walk into a Hooters, my friend. These people walked into the kind of space that 50 years ago, if you'd walk into this space, you would have been the target of every bully on the playground. So if you can't if you can't actually get in the spirit of what this store actually stands for, you can hit the bricks and tell your story walking. Good for you, T.
Yeah.
By the way, it's a good place to end. We got to close this out, Terry. I want to say thank you for rolling with the punches, for dealing with the changes, for being a good friend to this show, for keeping us informed about your dogs, for having some of the best social media out there. Terry, let's take a moment here to let people know where they can go to keeping up with you, where they can find you, all the social media stuff. Fire away, my friend.
Thank you. Well, we're on the usual Facebook and Instagram, which is, if you look up the hashtag, it's just 1313 Mockingbird KS, 1313 Mockingbird KS at Instagram and Facebook. 1313 Mockingbird Lane was taken, so I had to do KS for Kansas. You can find us at Mockingbird Lane on TikTok, or you can just find our website at 1313mockingbirdtoys.com. And I know, Jimmy, you were going to keep me posted on your new projects, right?
I'm going to keep you absolutely posted. I think you might fit in just perfectly over there as well, too, given the fact that it's like, I've always made the joke that it's not so much a matter of me being done with trucking, but trucking being done with me, but not being done with the wonderful listeners and wonderful drivers who dig all the same kind of stuff that you and I dig as well, too. And maybe we'll head off in a direction that way, Terry. Thank you, my friend. Please tell Liz I said hello. And anytime you need anything, you know where we are. Just reach out to Dre or I. Happy to do anything we can do to help the cause. Thank you, brother.
Same here. Thanks for having me for so long. I really, really appreciate it.
Love you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Thank you, Terry.
Bye, guys.
Bye. We'll be back on the other side of this. We got some great guests coming your way, guys. 99 Ways to Die, as a matter of fact. I'm not kidding, by the way. That's exactly what we're talking about next. 99 Ways to Die. And how to avoid them, more importantly. The author, Dr. Ashley Alka, joins us next. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves, because if you do, you'll die.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
We're just grooving and moving on this last Thursday of Road Gang Radio with your host Jimmy Mack and his co-pilot Andre Thibodeau, live from the Fastport Studios.
By the way, we were talking with Megan Kate Nelson, one of our favorite authors of the
Love her.
West, about the fact that it's like the fact that how to basically clean a wound means that it is impossible for you to replicate what it must have been like to walk across the West in the 1850s or 1860s. Most people didn't, and infections would kill them. There's all kinds of ways to die. And by the way, if you guys have read Peter Stark's Last Breath, his 12 chapters on how to die while having an adventure, fictionalized accounts of how you could possibly die, we're going to up the ante here. We're going to put it on steroids, as a matter of fact, because this book is terrific, and I can't think of a better group of people to share it with than the Road Gang. Dr. Ashley Alker joins us this morning, and the name of the book, by the way, is 99 Ways to Die and how to avoid them. Doctor, welcome to the show. It's good to have you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I can't tell you I haven't laughed so much reading about death in a long time. How you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for having me. I'm glad the book made you laugh. There's definitely some dark humor in there, and it's easier to learn when we're not afraid of things. So I hit the mark there, apparently.
By the way, Dr. Alker is an emergency medicine physician on a mission to improve public health. While completing her master's degree, she studied at Harvard School of Public Health Multinational Institute in Cyprus, where she lived near the United Nations Green Zone and worked in humanitarian affairs at the Unit for Rehabilitation of Victims of Torture. If I spent the time reading your entire bio, it would take up the length of this interview. But I want to talk about this wonderful book, and we'll mix in some of your other experiences as we kind of make our way down the highway here. Talk about the entrance point here, because it's a really interesting way of making the approach, is that rather than kind of pointing to case studies, you kind of say, look, here's how this stuff can kill you. Here's what these people will look like when they actually are in the process of getting killed by things. What is the impetus to write a book like this, and kind of explain to our listeners with what sort of approach they should take entering into your pages?
Yeah. So, I kind of see all the end results, right? So I work every day as an emergency medicine doctor. So I don't get to do a lot of preventative care or use my public health degree very often in the emergency department, because I'm mostly responding to emergencies and to the end result sometimes of these diseases in the book. So the point being is that this was kind of my way to prevent some of these things, even though it might be bad for business. I'm okay with that. I would love for no one to die of any of these diseases, because these are 99 diseases that are very preventable and things that we can treat today. And they're things that we treat today, but sometimes they're things that you might not think to be treated for, because you might think it's not a big deal. For instance, strep throat is a chapter in the book. And most people don't know that strep throat can kill you. It's something that used to kill a lot of people. It causes rheumatic fever. It causes scarlet fever. It causes abscesses of the neck, of the throat. And that is because when it's untreated, it goes on to create all these diseases. Because we treat it these days, most people don't even know, much about those diseases anymore. So it's also the history and the culture of the diseases, and kind of gives you background to, why you aren't dying from these diseases and why it's important to do things like treat strep throat.
Well, and the other thing that's really great about the book is that you actually alluded to this as well. It actually becomes a really kind of good examination of why preventative medicine is so important. Is that, as we drift more into a world of I do my own research, it's just a little thing that I haven't got to worry about, that it'll go away on its own and all that kind of stuff. It's a great reminder that, tuberculosis, a chest X-ray shows that pneumonia has actually, the infection has spread to the top of the lungs. That is. People don't realize that there is stuff that, literally, if you'd simply gone in and had a 6-month checkup, or the first moment you felt something wrong, they'd have been like, let's stop this in its tracks before it gets to a point of no return. It really is one of the best cases, the early part, for actually just going to the damn doctor and getting checked up on.
Yeah, which I get. Our country doesn't really make that easy. It's not, primary care doctors are hard to get into, and I understand, all of the different obstacles that land everyone in the emergency department. But like you said, it's not the best way to get care. You want to catch the cancer at stage 1, not stage 4. You want to know that you have strep throat that's treatable, not rheumatic fever. That's really not. So the downstream products of these diseases they become untreatable, and they will kill you. And that's the point, is that you want to catch them, much before that. You want to get vaccinated and get immunoglobulin for rabies when you get the bite of the bat, not after the rabies has already begun the infection, because then it's 100% fatal. So it goes over a lot of these things, from, smallpox to polio to carbon monoxide poisoning. There's chapters on, brain diseases, drugs, sex, food, all of these things a lot of things that you probably come up with in your daily life that you really didn't think, were dangerous.
I'm gonna give people examples of what I was talking about why I would chuckle. In 1986, on the grassy hills of merry old England, herds of happy cows roamed beneath gray skies, chuffed and just foughing around until something pissed them off. A previously placid cow would throw a wobbly at the slightest perturbation. The bonkers bovine became aggressive, anxious, ataxic, followed by wasting and death. And of course, that is the opening of your chapter on mad cow disease. And one of the things is, the news does this a lot. People always say, man, the news is so alarmist. But one of the great kind of functions of the news when they talk about mad cow disease or avian bird flu or any of the stuff like that comes up is that they're not just telling us this because if it leads, if it bleeds, it leads, sensationalism, is that one of the reasons why we're able to stop stuff like this is because we're still aware of it. And a lot of this stuff people think is just gone, and it's not gone at all. That's the thing, is that it's not gone. It's not gone. It's just being taken care of before it ever gets off the starting line, right?
Definitely. I mean, things like leprosy, I'll mention, is in the book, and people are like, oh, that's an ancient disease. It doesn't exist anymore. Leprosy exists in over 120 countries, including in the United States. In the southern states, we see it often in its reservoir host, the armadillo. And these armadillos do cause leprosy in people who are susceptible. So, a lot of the things that we think of as gone are just held at bay by the science and medicine of today, including a lot of the vaccine preventable diseases. So I love that prion disease chapter because that is probably one of the most interesting diseases to me in the book, because it's a disease that's caused by infectious proteins, which is the only infectious protein disease that exists. There are different types of prion diseases, but prion diseases are the only disease that can kill you basically by misfolding proteins in the human body eventually, which is very weird, right? If you eat the meat from a cow that has mad cow disease, it basically causes the proteins in your brain to then misfold and causes this degenerative illness that then kills you. And once you have it, there's nothing to do. There's no treatment. So knowing places that have had mad cow disease before, knowing if they're having an outbreak in certain countries, if you're traveling, these things are very important. And also knowing not to feed cows that are going to be used for, meat. You can't feed them other cows and other animals. That's how this all started, basically. So, and also it's interesting to know the science behind these things, right? A lot of people, don't really know what diphtheria is or how it kills you because, one, it's not really here anymore as much because of the Tdap vaccine, but also, it's good to know what to look for because it does still exist. And of course, with some waning vaccinations in certain parts of the country, we are seeing these diseases now. So it's an interesting read. It comes in an audiobook too while you're driving, which is pretty fun. I only do the intro and the afterwards, so there's like a professional that does the middle part, so you don't have to listen to me the whole time.
Well, I mean, but we enjoy listening to you. It's why we have you on the show right now. But I'm going to tell you this. We had a guy on the show yesterday, Jonathan Tepper, wrote a really wonderful memoir called Shooting Up, a memoir of lost love, love, loss, and addiction. And it takes place during the middle of the AIDS crisis. And it's so interesting, too, because we were talking about the idea that we now live in a time where anybody that grew up in the 80s can tell you, man, AIDS was a death sentence. And we're now slowly closing in on a potential cure for it. We know how to indemnify people against it beyond just wearing a condom and not sharing needles. Some real serious ways of preventing people from spreading it and all this kind of stuff. But it's a great reminder when you read these chapters, when you read these, and I will call them kind of short stories to a large degree, because while the scientific facts are real, you often kind of remove us from the genuine sort of impact human factor of going through like an individual case where our heart gets broken. It becomes more about this is what it does to you. But the thing is, I just read something recently about measles that was staggering, is that even people who recover from stuff, and you talk about this kind of stuff in your book as well, that even when you recover from these things, you never even really recover. That you may not die from this stuff, but that this stuff ends up giving you long-term health crises as well, right?
Yeah, so that is something that I really try to teach people in the book, is that sometimes it's not just about quantity, right? It's about quality of life. And you want healthy years. You want years where, you're not bed bound, you're not, dealing with, terrible side effects from diseases that, you didn't have to have in the first place. And measles is a great example of that, because after you have measles, years later, you can get a kind of like a post-measles brain infection. It's more related to inflammation, but the point being is that can then kill you 10, 15 years later from having that initial measles infection, kind of in the same way that, if you have chickenpox, you can get shingles later. So these aren't diseases that are just like a one and done, you recover from it and you're just fine. There's a lot of side effects. They cause things. A lot of the diseases we vaccinate from cause in utero effects. They cause blindness. They decrease IQ. They cause deafness. They cause miscarriage. So these populations that are vulnerable, such as like infants and pregnant women and people with cancer and people with lower immune systems, we are also protecting them from these things because it matters as a society, right? Anyone who has children should care about this type of thing because they are the people that are most vulnerable to these diseases and will suffer the most. They actually did a very interesting study on this recently that was published. The World Health Organization basically has, looked at the research, and over the past 50 years, 156 million lives have been saved by vaccines worldwide. And that's 6 lives a minute for 50 years, which is insane. And of those 156 million, around 101 of them are, young children, infants, because that's who we're losing due to these diseases. It's not generally like healthy adults, that can happen, of course, but it's our younger generations, it's our children. So that's who we're protecting with a lot of this preventative care when it comes to vaccine preventable diseases. And that's also why we should all care about it, because we should have empathy and we should care about each other.
By the way, I'm just going to point out another quote from the book. Scotland's HPV vaccination program began in 2008, and 15 years later, there have been 0 cases of cervical cancer in fully vaccinated women in Scotland. That is a public health triumph. Is the only way to kind of describe that as well. By the way, I'm pointing this out, by the way, because it also kind of give you guys a sense of stupid ways to die, 91 ways to die. Underneath that is a title of a section, you remember it, butt stuff, which made me, I literally couldn't stop laughing at this, guys. I'm going to share this with you. I don't want to give away too much of the book, is when the doctor removes the bouquet from a person's butt and he says, how did these get here? And the response is, I don't know, they didn't leave a card. And it's just amazing to me that we live in a time and a place where people don't understand their own bodies well enough to understand what not to do with them either, because so many of the things in the book, as you point out, are self-inflicted as well, are they not?
Yeah, and choices that we make, right? But they're often choices that we make when we don't have all the information available to us by science, because we haven't done a great job as a scientific and medical community making the information approachable, engaging, and captivating. And that's why I've done a lot of the work that I've done in television and film, consulting for TV shows and doing screenwriting for medical TV shows. And that's why I wrote the book, I'm trying to make the information something that's digestible, something that, there's a story there, so it's interesting to you. So you're interested in the story, but then you learn. So that's the whole point of, the work I do in public health. And that's hopefully what I accomplished with this book. And, I think if enough people read this book, there will be lives saved, because you can't read it without learning. It's impossible.
I'm actually going to pick on my producer for a second because I'm thrilled to have him with us still. He was the victim of a motorcycle accident just a couple of months ago, right before Christmas. And he was not at fault, by the way. He didn't do anything wrong. Matter of fact, he was wearing his helmet and it saved his life. But you actually have a whole section on motorcycles as well, too. And a lot of people don't. He does. That's why he was wearing the helmet. But people don't understand the risk by making good choices, too. You're 35 times more likely to die on a motorcycle than in a car. That is the fact, is it not?
Yeah, and I think the other thing is you mentioned that he was wearing appropriate gear. People don't understand how important that is. So if you're in a motorcycle accident, one study showed that at the scene of the accident, if you weren't wearing a helmet, you were 70% more likely to die, because the helmet was it was critical. You know, if you're not wearing it and you have a head injury, I mean, that's how most people die in that situation. Additionally, people don't realize how bad road rash can be. It can be equivalent to third-degree burns or worse. I've had patients come in who kind of ignored their road rash, and their one patient, unfortunately, the clothes had stuck to the road rash, and it had become like a huge issue. And beyond, you know, infection and then, you know, sepsis, which often sets in after the infection becomes overwhelming, it's, you know, we couldn't get the tissue separated from the clothes. It had basically like melded together at that point. So these are things, I mean, obviously seek medical care if you're in a motorcycle accident, but a lot of it, again, is preventative. You have to make sure you're wearing the right stuff. And I don't know why this is always an issue, but all the statistics show that, you know, driving intoxicated, on a motorcycle intoxicated, it's very often part of these crashes. It's a component. So you have to really avoid that stuff when driving, obviously.
Well, there's a reason why my producer is still alive, because all of the things you've pointed out as things you shouldn't do, he wasn't doing. And so that makes a big difference as well. I do want to kind of ask you about a movie that you may have seen, and it's the kind of writing that you often do. Have you seen Three Kings, by the way, the David O. Russell film with George Clooney?
I have heard of it. I don't think I've seen it. I'm trying to think. It's an older one, right?
I would love you to take a look at it, because there's a great sequence early on in the film where he actually shows you what sepsis is. The movie shows you what sepsis. They fire a bullet into a corpse, and then they kind of show you what sepsis does to a body as well. You do a lot of writing. And they show it, because what's great about it, it's a great piece of dramatic writing, because it informs every gunshot that happens throughout the rest of the movie. You basically begin to understand that just because you're shot with a bullet that doesn't kill you or doesn't make you, incapacitate you at the moment, the clock is now running against you as well. There's so many things where the clock, as it is in dramatic literature, is the enemy. And so much of the book actually understands that too, where there's a lot of things like deal with rabies now or die later. Deal with this thing now or die later. Clean that wound or die later. I wanted you to talk a little bit about how you think is the best approach to when you're helping people create entertaining shows, whether it's with Netflix, Hulu, HBO, or Disney, how you maintain both the entertainment factor while making sure that the accuracy is there in the film so that people stay properly informed.
Yeah, so I've gotten to work with a lot of great people. I've worked on some really neat shows. I worked on The Act. I worked on Handmaid's Tale. I worked on Station 19. Not all of the medical shows. I worked on Bull, which is, I think, lawyers. But it's always the medical part of the show that I work on. So the best way to do it for me is if I come in early and the producers, showrunners, writers that I'm working with are basically like, this is what we need to happen, and then I can make the science and medicine fit the need, instead of them coming to me and being like, okay, we want him to have, we want him to have this disease. We want him to have a pneumothorax, which is like air in a part of the lung that is not supposed to be there. It's popping a lung, basically. So we want him to have this, but then we want him to run around and do all these things after he needles his chest. I'm like, that just can't happen. You have to have some type of definitive treatment there, or it's just going to reaccumulate. So I try and keep them away from the things that are not based on real science and real medicine, if that's the world that the story is taking place in, because one, people can sense that. Even if you're not in science and medicine, you can sense when something's off. I wish we were better at doing it with social media, but we're not, unfortunately, because it's so short form. I think that we get sucked in by, the salacious, interesting titles of things, drink kangaroo urine and it cures your cancer. People click on that stuff and it self-propagates. So we're not as good as a culture at not doing that, which is terrible, because it's creating misinformation that is basically informing the next generation about health, which is a problem. But when it's long form, when it's like television or film, people start to sense when something's off. They're like, that doesn't seem right. And a good way to show that this is real is how much people enjoy The Pit, the television show. I unfortunately am not working on that show, but there are multiple emergency medicine physicians, including one of the producers, Joe Sachs, that are on that show. He worked on ER as well. And they are so dedicated to the realism. They like put these actors through boot camps. They make sure the medicine is accurate. And people respond to that because the viewers are smarter than you think. They are not going to fall for, especially health and medicine, because we all go up against it at some point, right? And then the second thing is it's a great opportunity for passive health education. So they've actually shown that if you do CPR correctly on television, you're more likely to have someone who's never learned CPR before do it correctly in real life. So, I mean, obviously it's better if you take a CPR class. Everyone prefers that, especially the person whose heart stops. But if you're gonna have an opportunity to teach a large amount of people something using entertainment, do it right. And so the people that I've worked with that were very passionate about this, I mean, I think that they are like the cream of the crop artists, honestly. One of the last people I worked with was an amazing team that was headed by J.J. Abrams, and they, were very dedicated to creating a story that was kind of grounded in science so that the science fiction can be cooler and can be more entertaining and can be more interesting, because that's the challenge, is to take something that is the truth and make it something that is entertaining so that people will learn it and so that it will stick. And so the story becomes part of someone's memory so that maybe someday it saves their life. So yeah, I really enjoy doing it, and I hope I did it in the book as well.
You did in the book, by the way, and the name of the book is 99 Ways to Die and How to Avoid Them. Dr. Ashley, can you pronounce your last name for me before I make a total butcher of it? Is it Alker?
Oh, it's Alker, yeah.
Okay.
You know what's funny? I've never met anyone except for my family with that last name, so we could be pronouncing it wrong. I have no idea, but we pronounce it Alker.
Well, if you like it pronounced that way, then that's the right way. That's the great advantage of being the Alkers, is that you get to say it however you want to say it.
It's just us.
You can find it AALKERMD.com is where you can find more information about this. The other thing is you probably can guess, seeing that we are talking to a whole bunch of American truckers out there, you can see exactly why I was interested in getting this particular book on the show. And I did want to spend a little bit of time talking to our friends out there about carbon monoxide poisoning, which is so, and I don't just mean killing you, I mean literally hurting your quality of life over long periods of time. It really is, pun intended, a silent killer.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because, I mean, there was this issue for a while, obviously, of carbon monoxide poisoning with cars, but catalytic converters have basically gotten rid of that for the most part. But in our homes in America, there's no federal law, and most states don't have any law about having carbon monoxide detectors in homes, which is kind of bizarre, right? Everyone has a fire alarm, so you'd think there would be a carbon monoxide detector with it. But, at least 40% of homes in the United States, they've shown, don't have carbon monoxide detectors. And hotels aren't required to have them. Daycares aren't federally required to have them. Some states have rules about these things, but it's not something that's like federally mandated. So in carbon monoxide, as most people know, it's odorless, it's colorless. You don't know if it's present, right? And it basically binds to your blood cells so that oxygen can't reach any of your organs. And then, at some point, once enough of your blood cells are bound, it causes death. So it's something that's obviously a silent killer that we should have, easily a $20 carbon monoxide detector in homes, and definitely in shared spaces like hotels. And I don't understand how they're not required in daycares. That's just bizarre. There was unfortunately a daycare center in Pennsylvania where several children were poisoned from carbon monoxide, and now Pennsylvania actually has a rule that you have to have carbon monoxide detectors in daycares. But it's something that is very cheap and easy, and something that is easily fixable and preventable, and nobody should die from that.
We've only got a few moments left here. I wanted to make sure that as a board-certified death escapologist with a definitive interest in all of this stuff and an expertise in a lot of it, these chapters cover sex, poison, drugs, biological warfare, disease, animals, crime, the elements, and much, much more. Even though you are an expert in putting together the research of the book, was there anything that surprised you? Because it's a lot of topics to cover. Was there anything where you were like, oh my God, that's worse than I thought, or I didn't know that, before you actually dove into putting this book together?
Yeah, I mean, I think all the medicine was stuff that I had seen before and I knew of. None of the medicine, I guess, surprised me. I think that probably, I mean, the animals sections, there were some things in there that were really surprising. I always thought that like ocean creatures were very interesting. So there's a lot of information in there about the toxins that are in different types of, fish and fish poisonings, which are really interesting. So I think that chapter, there were some surprises for me about like the potency of the toxins and the amount of people, this tiny cone snail could kill with one harpoon of poison. It definitely overshot because this snail that's the size of your pinky is supposed to be eating tiny fish, but it has enough poison in one of its little harpoons to kill hundreds of humans. So it probably overshot there a bit in the potency. But yeah, there's a lot of like interesting, funny stuff in here that I think surprised me at the time. But now that I wrote the book, I know it. And if you read the book, you'll know it too. And then none of it will surprise you.
Yeah, I got to tell you, all of the fish stuff just had me literally. There are moments in this book where I kid you not, I was laughing out loud. There are other moments where I found myself squirming and wanting to put the book down, except for the fact that I had to know how to stop that from ever happening to me, how to prevent myself from actually shuffling off my mortal coil in that particular way. Dr. Alker, by the way, as I said before, works as a technical consultant and medical screenwriter. The name of the new book is 99 Ways to Die and How to Avoid Them. Please, guys, go to her website as well. It's AALKERMD.com. It is a remarkable life and a remarkable career and a wonderful book that is good for, getting your way out of some potentially sticky situations. Thank you so much, Doctor. Best of success and best of luck moving forward with everything you decide to touch.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
You got it. We'll take a quick break here, come back on the other side as Road Gang Radio is in its second to last show. Its penultimate show. We're going to wrap this up, by the way, with a little destination detour of sorts. We're headed to the Virginia Museum of Transportation. How about that, man? In Roanoke, Virginia. Wait, did it disappear? Is it still there? I don't know. We'll find out. Tom Cox, the Executive Vice President, will be joining us. Don't worry, guys. If you get lost and broke down, go to truckdown.com.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Thursday.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Ooh, baby, again, we are grooving into that last half hour on this last Thursday with your host, Jimmy Mack, and his co-pilot, Andre Thibodeau from the Fast Sports Studios. Hanging out, baby!
Hey, let's by the way, I want to give Tom a chance to get on here. Let's somebody I'll shoot her an email. Mendy is the publicist for that. We're hoping to get Tom Cox, the executive vice president of the Virginia Museum of Transportation on Roanoke, Virginia. Don't think I'm not going to ask him if we get him on the air to talk about Roanoke. You know about Roanoke, don't you, Dre?
Give me a little bit about it.
Oh my God, if you look up Roanoke in regards to urban legends, rural legends, myths, and all that kind of stuff, it's the lost colony. The original Roanoke disappeared from the face of the earth, and they don't know what happened to them. They really don't know. The best speculation is the two biggest speculations is that at one point they simply just all starved and were killed by Native Americans. The other one is that half of them starved and the other half blended in with the Native American population.
Oh, okay.
And then the next colony got started later on. But because there are no answers, because it is the lost colony, there is a lot of speculation, including Julian Simpson, our friend from the Lovecraft investigations, who thinks that a portal was open that sucked the entire. He doesn't think that, but in the story,
I mean, I do. Why not?
They opened up a portal into Azathoth's dream world that sucks everybody through into the dream world. They do the ritual wrong and get everybody sucked through.
I was just gonna say sinkhole, but that works too. Yeah.
Trust me. The speculations are. Matter of fact, I'm gonna take a look at this. Let me look this up.
Deep dive into it.
I mean, because Roanoke's an easy look up, by the way, and the kind of stuff that we might be interested in talking about. Moving forward, theories. Let me just see if I can just write theories. Roanoke theories. The 1587 lost colony of Roanoke vanished from North Carolina's Roanoke Island with only the cryptic word. This is crazy. This is when you give yourself the creeps, Dre. It says only the cryptic word Croatoan carved into a post. Key theories suggest the 115 settlers integrated with local Native Americans, Croatoans, were killed by Spanish raiders or native conflicts or died from a 3-year drought, famine, or disease are the three most notable theories, by the way. But the Croatoans, by the way, Croatoan, which were the tribe of natives. This is why the speculation is either were killed through native conflicts or why they integrated into those populations. The reason that everybody thinks that those are the two best theories is because of the word Croatoan. So basically they got there. The next wave of settlers, the next wave of explorers got there and thought they'd find the Roanoke settlement, and there was nobody there.
That's wild.
So they landed there, and there was the village, and nobody was there. You get a little goosebumps, don't you?
Just a little bit. Maybe they had too much wine. I don't know.
I gave myself some goosebumps right there, but I have to tell you, no, but imagine you arrive, and the only evidence that you see there is the words Croatoan. That's the only message left behind. I mean, come on, man. That gives you the willies. It gives you the willies. Gives you the heebie-jeebies. Yeah, there was, by the way, in the original version of Apocalypse Now, a scene that was kind of borrowed from that John Milius borrowed, where this is crazy, where the boat is coming around the river bend, and they radio in to a forward base. A base that says, yeah, come on in, we got coffee, we got all kinds of great stuff for you guys, just come on in. And they come around the bend of the river, and there's the base, and there's nobody there. And then they walk into the radio room for whoever was talking to them, and there's an ashtray with a cigarette almost smoked all the way down, and a cup of coffee still smoking, and there's nobody there.
I love the creepy, unexplainable situations.
I love that kind of stuff, man. I could spend all evening long talking about that kind of stuff, man. I think all that stuff is groovy. Like I said, I'm playing around with some ideas like that as well, too. In regards to some of the fictional writing I have, I love the idea of a truck driver kind of, getting on a CB and talking to people who have a CB at a diner or a restaurant, and then you come around, just a mile or so down the road, you arrive there, and there's nobody there. And you walk in, and the food is all still on the flat top, and it's still grilling, and the coffee pot is still hot, and there are plates everywhere, and nobody's there. And then when you walk out on the porch to leave the place, in the middle of the road is a black dog going. This is the kind of stuff I think about.
Yes.
When I'm up in the middle of it.
I hear that. I see that.
And when you hear it, you kind of go, Jimmy makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah.
It makes a lot more sense. This is a guy who actually is making a lot more sense these days. Guys, big thanks, by the way, to our good friend Showtime, who actually lets us know that he has a CO detector in his truck. He can be found, by the way. Showtime can be found on Discord under Showtime, and that's spelled as in time, T-Y-M-E. 0277. He also made the comment that Marines don't cry, their eyes sweat. Couldn't agree with that more. Cam McNabb, 42, says, good morning, sunshines. And the Paranormal Pie Man, when referring to Westerns, said, Tombstone. But he didn't mean the pizza. He meant the movie with Val Kilmer.
God, I love that movie.
You guys can get your final licks in here on the penultimate show at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. Give us a call.
You were working at a bakery right before you came on with
Yeah,
us.
I had a few gigs in there, but that was the main one.
So you're doing some hair cutting as well too, right?
I was doing some trimming on the side. I was doing some landscaping. I was DJing, and then I was still working for a certain catering company.
I got to tell you, landscaping, that's making stuff look really pretty and doing a lot of hard work to make it happen too.
You ain't lying, man, and that will put wear and tear on you, and that's why I'm like, being 32, man. I mean, I'm still young. Look, I know that, I feel that, but I also have back problems and other things.
But you want to hear a great joke? When your back hurts at 28, what should you do?
What should you do?
Go see the doctor. When your back hurts at 30, what should you do?
What should I do?
Get over yourself. You're 30 years old. Your back is going to hurt. That's just what happens, man.
When you wake up, like when I wake up or whenever I get out of the couch, I'm doing, but it's also because I've had the same back problem since I was 16. But
I understand that.
Dude, landscaping, I'll tell you what though, man, these people around the coast, they want these big rocks. They want these big gargantuan situations in the front of their house and stuff. And I'm like, listen, man, you hire someone and I'll tell them what to do, but I'm not doing that. I did it twice. I did 2 tons and a ton and a half of rocks that I had to move in the front of a house. Yeah, man.
Let me tell you something. So one of the great joys of one of the jobs I had a long time ago, God Almighty, it's like it now seems forever ago. Well, it actually seems like yesterday, but it also seems like forever. In 2011 and 12, yeah, that sounds about right. I worked at a middle school, like I told you. I worked as disciplinarian, worked as a spot instructor as well, too, while my friend got his disciplinary school culture business kind of up and running on its feet. And one of the things that we did, Dre, with Mardi Gras now having ended, the middle school actually thought one of the good cultural resets would be to actually put a marching band in place.
Okay.
Because New Orleans is the only city in the country where it is as cool to be in the band as it is to be on the football team, and in some cases actually cooler. Getting that band together and getting a spirit team in front of it, cheerleaders and their pom-poms and the spirit marching and all that kind of groovy stuff that goes on. Doing all of that really helps build school culture, because then, of course, if you're in the school band, you get the school band jacket. You have to get certain grades in order to maintain your position in the band and all that stuff. So the kids get much more invested in the school. They get much more invested in the community. Their parents invest in the community because their parents all want to be escorts to make sure their children are safe on the marches. And so myself and Ed, when we took the job, we agreed that we would actually act as escorts for those kids. It's important too, because you remember, you're dealing with sometimes 12 and 13-year-old girls who are dressing up and making themselves look older. There's just no way around it. You can try all you like. The moment you put makeup on a child, they're going to look older, which means there's a lot of drunk college students in the crowd who don't know their own boundaries. They often don't behave the way they should around these things. So somebody has to protect those kids. And so you march along with them, and you just kind of keeping the crowd back, because the idea of a surging crowd knocking over a tuba player, the plump tuba player gets knocked over, it sets off a domino effect, all kinds of reasons. But you're often people don't realize that really sought after bands like St. Aug's Marching 100, the Purple Knights, I mean, you can march literally in 9-10 parades. Now, I want you to imagine walking the entire length, the longest avenue in the United States, St. Charles Avenue, marching half the distance of that. You have to go all the way up Napoleon Avenue, make the turn on the St. Charles Avenue, walk all the way through the CBD. Now, you know the city of New Orleans pretty well.
Yeah.
It's a long walk.
Mm-hmm.
It's a long walk, and you're carrying an instrument, okay?
Yeah.
So these kids have to get in shape in an awful hurry to do that. I'm actually getting to the rock. Don't worry.
I was about to say, because I was like, I can add some 2 cents. I had to do the same thing for some parade routes. It's no joke.
And so you walk with them, and you make a commitment to these kids that, maybe one day or two that you have to kind of rotate the shifts, because as you get older, let me tell you something though. We did it, and people are always looking to book a band.
Mm-hmm.
And so what happened is that Johnny Van Buren, the guy who ran the band, he booked us in 3 at the beginning. Well, we marched in Carrollton, which is one of the first parades of the year. I don't know if you know this, Dre, but other crews have scouts on the route. And they will see you playing and be like, hey, come here a second. Who are you?
Yeah.
And he's like, well, we're Menard H. Nelson. He's like, okay, well, we got a parade coming up a week from now. By the time it was done, we had 7 parades, Dre.
Dang.
So we had 7 parades. And so there was one weekend in particular where we marched on a Thursday with Muses, on a Friday with Hermes, and then on Saturday with Endymion. 3 straight days. And I mean long walks, long purpose-driven walks with a lot of starting and stopping. Okay? What happens is that you really get sciatica.
Yeah.
I mean, you get that awful feeling in your butt where your legs give way underneath. You know what I'm saying? One of the ways, and I've done this before because I've hiked the Grand Canyon, I've hiked battlefields and all that kind of stuff. And Ed asked me to talk to a lot of the first-time parents. I mean, these parents have never done these routes before. And I would be like, I'm like, guys, I'm going to tell you this right now. I said, make a friend of your belly button and your butthole.
Clinch.
And you got to pull them towards each other.
Mm-hmm.
That when you walk those kind of distances, it really, really helps. And the urge is to let your gut go. The urge is to walk leaning forward. That's what the urge is. You got to avoid that urge, man. And there are very few things in this world that people can do immediately to improve their health outcomes at the simplest level than taking that belly button and taking that butthole and sucking them together, because it's working on your posture. People don't realize the power of posture and lifting from your legs, that even when you're power walking, you're lifting from your legs.
Yeah.
You do not want to walk with your back. You do not want to push with your back. You do not want to lift with your back. You want to lift, walk, and push from your legs. Joe Namath's arm was as strong the day he retired. Matter of fact, the great joke is Drew Brees will tell you, had Brees not had his arm finally give out after the surgery, I mean, many years down the line, had that not happened, he could have kept playing. His legs were fine till the day he retired and are fine to this day. What killed Joe Namath was his knees. Joe Namath had a rocket at the end of his life. He just had no legs left, dude. And if you have no legs, you can't play.
Well, speaking of rocket, should we bring on our guest?
Oh, my God. Let's get him on here right now.
Let's do it, shall we?
It is an absolute pleasure. You got a little pivot music?
Oh, that's what I'm going to do, baby. Let's do it.
All right. Tom, by the way, oversees the collection of automobiles and has been on the museum's board of directors for more than 25 years and has a great deal of institutional knowledge relative to the entire museum. He is the past president and current executive VP of the Virginia Museum of Transportation. It's an absolute thrill to welcome him here to the show. He's actually the co-host of the Classic Car Show radio and podcast. Tom, welcome. Tom Cox joins us, executive vice president.
Good morning. Hope everyone's having a great day so far.
It's good to have you, by the way, and I'm glad to see that even over in Roanoke, you guys are still present. We actually, in the time that we spent waiting to kind of get you on here, spent a little bit of time talking about Roanoke as a location. Can you tell our listeners why Roanoke is the area where the Transportation Museum of Virginia is actually located?
So Roanoke, which was originally called Big Lick at the when the Norfolk and Western Railway was actually created and headquartered here, what became Roanoke, it became a transportation hub serving all of southwestern Virginia, northwestern North Carolina, southeastern West Virginia by rail. Of course, back at the time, if you really had to carry anything heavy or substantive, from place to place, you didn't have trucks. You had to go by rail. And so Roanoke became a transportation hub. The Norfolk and Western prospered. Roanoke prospered as well as a result of the railroad being here. And the Virginia Museum of Transportation was the benefactor of the Norfolk and Southern by that time, after the Norfolk and Western merged with Southern Railway. Of a donation of the actual transportation warehouse here in Roanoke that was used to bring all of the shipped items in and out of the area here. So pretty much everything that came in by rail and came into the Norfolk and Western freight station, which was built in 1922, and we now occupy that entire property. And it gave us enough space where we can now have multiple galleries, whether it's air, water, or certainly rail or automotive. And we have a rail yard as well, and it just was a perfect situation for us.
Yeah, like I said, any place that can kind of serve as a terminus is also a great place to kind of serve as a museum for what is terminus. And by the way, just to kind of give you a little inside baseball about me, I am the great nephew of the former vice president of Kansas City Southern. So I have a deep love of railroads. They actually got my family through the Great Depression. And so these kind of institutions, having been to the Transportation Museum out in Denver as well, I love these kind of places. And so much of what you guys do has grown from a railroad kind of beginning, but there's so much more. Can you tell us about some of the attractions and exhibits? And I guess the best way to start is take us through what a day at the museum would look like. I make the trip over with some friends or family, what it would be like to kind of come in there and kind of experience the museum.
So if you come in, first of all, there's free parking, which is always a good thing, if you're working in a downtown area. And so we've got ample free parking out front. So you just come in and come into the museum. Personally, when you walk in, probably the first thing I would go see is the large O-gauge rail layout that we have on display just as you walk into the left. It's enormous. It incorporates the general feel of the Roanoke Valley area and, in fact, incorporates some landmarks and other items that come from Roanoke's history into it. Lots of, 1218, 611 locomotives employed in that big layout. It's huge. And kids love it too. It's a lot of fun. Then from there, you would go to the auto gallery, where we, at any given time, generally have about 40 autos on display. We're really proud of that. The vast majority of the autos in the gallery do belong to the museum, although we do take some on loan occasionally and rotate. So you come in 1 month, you may have one grouping of cars. Come in the next month, you'll have another grouping of cars. So it's always something different in there. Everything from Curtis Turner's championship-winning 56 Ford convertible that he drove in NASCAR. Curtis Turner was originally from Roanoke area, and his daughter has given us the opportunity to showcase her father's career, one of his cars, and a lot of memorabilia that goes along with that. Also, we have half of the remaining examples of the Piedmont Motor Car Company. So we have two Piedmont automobiles that we've secured in the gallery. And the reason that's important to us, Piedmont was the only company that was actually originally chartered in the state of Virginia and actually built automobiles. During their span from 1915 to 1922, they built just over 2,000 cars. And we managed to, over the last 20 some odd years, acquire two of those. So that's something that you won't see. And they were built in Lynchburg, which is only about 45 minutes to the east of Roanoke. From there, I'd hop over to the rail gallery and go through there. We have a great interactive African American heritage exhibit in there, and it goes through the major contributions of the African American community to the railroad and the rail industry at large. It's a really, really good comprehensive exhibit. And then from there, we have a little theater, which is comprised of a extra J-Class 611 cab, or J-Class cab, not 611, but J-Class cab, that we got from the Norfolk and Southern, and we have a screen in there, and it goes through and it shows a lot of the history of the Norfolk and Southern Railway. From there, you go over to the aviation gallery, and we've got everything from cutaways of the really early aviation engine, the Gnome engine from the turn of the century, and that goes all the way to some of the Pratt and Whitney engines that were used during World War II, and early Roanoke history of aviation, as well as a display of aviation professional wear, stewardesses, pilots, that sort of thing, and an evolution of that. And then there's a really cool interactive exhibit that was provided to us by Corellia and Roanoke of the history of their medevac helicopters, and you can go in and go through each one of those, and it gives you a full itemized list of all the specs and everything that everything they were capable of. Really, really cool. But so for last, I would say, well, then I would go upstairs, I think, to the Maritime Gallery, and I have to keep thinking about the Maritime Gallery because it's brand new. It incorporates a lot of scale models of most of the famous battleships and flagships of the country for the last 200 and some odd years, and really, really cool exhibit. Then we also have a circus exhibit as well, which is probably one of the most intricate and accurate circus exhibits in the country. It's a large scale model of the Barnum and Bailey Circus. Very, very cool. Once you leave there, then there's really the pièce de résistance, what you would be really interested in, and that's going out to the rail yard. There you'll see mostly rail items from the history of Norfolk and Western and Norfolk and Southern. And of course, goes without saying, the world-class locomotive, steam locomotive, the J-class number 611, which is the only
gorgeous
surviving
it is gorgeous
member of that class.
It is gorgeous. And you guys restored it. I mean, it is just one of the most spectacular things I've seen. I thought I was in love with this place when I saw the model train room, but this thing is just, I mean, you guys must be bursting at the seams proud of how beautiful this thing is, right?
We're very blessed to have that locomotive. It is the crown jewel of our collection, along with the A-class, the 1218. But the J was strictly for passenger service, streamliner, built in 1950. And the interesting thing, too, is that Norfolk and Western, during that period, they built all of their own locomotives, and they were the steam locomotives were built in Roanoke in the Roanoke locomotive shops here. So it's kind of really, really, close to everyone here in the valley, and they all have, relatives or friends, so on and so forth, who, work through the Roanoke shops building the locomotives. But we restored that back in, started restoration in 2013, and we completed restoration and started excursion season in 2015. We ran that through 17, courtesy of Norfolk Southern on their main line. And then a lot of changes came, and the, railroad was no longer able to support steam operations on their main lines. So we took a break for a couple of years, and then the Buckingham Branch Railroad, which operates from really Clifton, just outside of Clifton Forge, Virginia, all the way to Dawesville, we began operating on their line in 2023. And we ran again just this past fall in 2025. 5 weekends, 20 some odd thousand ticketed passengers. I mean, the J611 is a rock star, big time.
I have to tell you, I was not aware of it until we actually did this booking, and I am now going to make it one of my missions in life before I shuffle off my radio coil to make my way over there and take this ride. It is something to behold. And I cannot even imagine the work and the skilled craftsmanship that went into meticulously restoring this thing. I mean, it must have just been the people involved in it, must have been a labor of love. The people who raised the money to do it, it must have been a labor of love. I mean, and in many ways, if you guys take a look at the website, vmt.org, by the way, and it's so easily found in the attraction section, you'll see that it becomes not just kind of the jewel in the crown, but kind of the standard by which everything else over there is set too, because when you have something that beautiful, you then have to kind of honor the rest of the museum by making sure the rest of the museum is up to snuff to kind of honor that as well too, right?
It raises the bar for us. There's no doubt about that. You know, me personally, I like anything mechanical and have for my entire life, but I will tell you, there's nothing quite like the 611 under steam. It is like a living, breathing animal, really. I mean, it is just so cool. And the technology employed in that locomotive has been twice recognized as a national engineering landmark by the American Society of Engineers. And it's amazing. It just really, I don't know that there's a lot that tops it, particularly, you know, in the streamlined variety. I know, you know, the big boy has a lot of fans, hardcore fans out there, you know, and 611 is not as big as the big boy, but she's awfully pretty. We're proud of it.
She is gorgeous. And by the way, guys, you can spend a day there. There's a gift shop. There's all kinds of the town itself is a lot of fun. There's a lot of ways to kind of spend the day and enjoy yourself full throttle over there by opening up the throttle over at vmt.org. That's the Virginia Museum of Transportation. How are you doing today? How's the world treating you? You got any big events coming up over there you want to put people on to?
So, you know, I would just say that, you know, while we haven't finalized anything, and this for your benefit too, you know, we are in the middle of trying to set up for excursions for this year, and we hope to do that during early to midsummer. You know, we haven't finalized everything, but it's looking good. We'll be running in Virginia, I do believe, and I think it'd be a great time for you to come visit and hitch a ride. And, you know, we're proud of it. It's, you know, the 611 really embodies a lot of what, you know, we as Americans are really proud of, that sort of grit, self-determination, hard work. And when you stop and think and you see this thing and you get up close and personal with it, because we let everybody get up close and personal, obviously in a safe manner, but to realize that this wasn't designed using computers. This was all designed by people working and drafting and drawing, and it quite literally came from people's knowledge of engineering and their imagination. So when you really think about that, it becomes twice as impressive to me, for instance. And I think, you know, when you think about it that way.
It's awe-inspiring. We're out of time on both the show and this segment. The Virginia Museum of Transportation in Roanoke, Virginia. Tom Cox, Executive Vice President, has joined us. Go to vmt.org. Tom, thank you very much. I'll be seeing you soon. I can't think of a better way to celebrate 250 years of America than on one of the things that actually made America. Thank you, sir.
Well, you bet. Come see us.
That's it, guys. One more to go. Make sure you come in tomorrow, too, because in the last half hour, I got some stuff I got to say. Mm-hmm. Don't worry, I'm not going to, it's in a grievance half hour, but I got some stuff I want to say. Thank you, Phone Master Dre. Well done.
My pleasure. Thank you, Jimmy. And tune in tomorrow. I just put a big post out on Facebook, so share that thing. Have a good day.
Huh?